I picked up a quick project that I didn't plan on working on yet, but I have to now because it won't move from this position. This is a 2007 BMW X5 4.8i. And I know it had some issues, but I did not expect this to be one of them. I put it in gear and it won't stay in gear. It stayed in gear for a little while, but it always switched back to park, and I was only able to move it a little bit. I'm 99.723% sure that it is low on transmission fluid. And I think I got kind of lucky that I pulled it in forward, because I think the fill port is toward the back of the transmission, not at the front. Transmission is under here. I need to take these off, and these are, yeah, it'll come off with an 8mm. And somebody's been under here. It's a different type of bolt. All right, is that all of them? It looks like it. Now I think the fill port is right here, but it's kind of tight. Let's see if I can jack it up just a little bit. And here is the shield I took off, and there is evidence of leaks all over. So I'm gonna wipe it off a little, just so it's easier to handle, because this car is in for more work in the near future. I can't even get it to go into neutral or roll forward, so I'm gonna have to jack it up. And I don't like jacking it up at this angle, but don't have much choice. All right, I think that'll work. So if you're familiar with these pumps, you can see what I'm doing. I'm gonna pump from here. It's gonna come out here, and this is gonna go in the transmission. So there's the fill port right there, and this is a H8. So let's see if I can get that off. It should not be crazy tight. I don't know if it's crazy tight, but it is pretty tight. So if I'm lucky, nothing drips out of here. Well, I am lucky and unlucky, so nothing came out. So I'm gonna fill it up until something does. So they can't go far in there. Nevertheless, I'm gonna start pumping. And this is, needless to say, kind of awkward where I'm sitting. But let's see. All right, fluid is moving. All right, some's coming out. Ooh, a lot's coming out. Let me plug it up. Dadgummit, poor planning. I should have put a pan down there. Hope that's enough to move the car. I'm not gonna do a lot of driving, but I do need the transmission to go into gear. All right. Let's see if that was enough for this thing to go in gear. All right, let's see. It actually goes in gear and staying. Take the parking brake off. Glorious. It's moving again. All right, I'm gonna let it run, clean up, and pull it up into the driveway. All right, the car moves now. Now I have driven it and it does drive, but it does need transmission work. So the first thing I'm gonna do is the transmission service. But there are other things I want to address too. Like this clear protection that has seen better days, and the blacked out headlights that I do not like. I think the OEM ones look better. And check this out. I don't know much about these kind of cars, but I'm pretty sure it has air ride, and I think the rear leaks down if it sits for a while. It drives fine and it pumps back up when you're using it, but it does bottom out if you let it sit too long. But top priority is transmission. So I'm gonna try and do that now. See if I can get up under the rear differential after doing this. Exhibit A as to why the transmission is top priority. That's a pretty serious leak and explains why the test drive went terribly And if I were a betting man, I'd say that is a transmission leak, because if you look above it, it is dry, but the pan and everything around it is very wet. So if you've noticed, I've already took off the little guard slash cover that was right here because it wouldn't go into gear when I brought it home. But I'm going to drain the fluid from there, and then I'm gonna go for a walk. But before I drain, I'm gonna clean up a little bit. Old socks with holes in them make for good shop rags. And I'm taking this out with a 10mm hex. All right, it's been draining for 15, 20 minutes or so. And I have a T40 is the right size to take these out. So now I'll go about taking the pan out. But I hope it all drained, but to see how the pan dips here, there may be some fluid up here. I'll just have to wipe it up if I make a mess. Been there before. But what I am gonna do is put this back on as an O-ring seal, and then I'll get to taking the bolts off. I'm gonna start with these down here. So now I got all the bolts out. Let's see about, well, the pan comes off really easily. And thankfully, there isn't much fluid in it. I thought I was gonna have to pry it. That is not the case. But what I will do is let this drip for a while. So it's been a couple of days, but I'm back at it. I've let it drain for a while. Now I have to remove this, and I think I can twist it that way, this section here, and it's really stuck on there. So let's see what I can do about getting it to move a little bit. And it does not want to move. It's moving now. I need to keep it moving. So is it off now? Almost off. There. All right. And does it come down? It come down and locks. And now I think that'll let me get that part off. At least I think it'll let me get it off. There we go. And there it is. So what part of this goes up in there and holds it, I don't know. But now it's out. Now this part may make a bit of a mess. There are screws here, 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 there that I need to take out in order to drop this to get to some of the seals I'm gonna replace. And I don't know how many there are, but what I do know is that they're the same size as the bolts that held the pan on. Well, they're not the same size, but they do have the same size bolt head. So I may get some drippage, but that's the game we're playing. They use the same Torx bit is what I meant to say. I think I need to take out these two as well. Hope this thing doesn't fall on me. I'm gonna prepare myself. It's a little nerve-wracking, but let's see. Maybe something's still connected. This one. That was the one, the last one. Let's see, will you come out now? What is it catching on? Maybe one that I missed. Ugh. And we're out. Funny enough, it looks excellent in here. So for a couple of weeks now, I've been riding around with parts for the service I'm doing from you know who in the trunk of the car. So I think it's time to open them up. All new pan bolts, fill plug, sealing sleeve, all stuff I'm gonna need. And of course, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bushes. 7 things of fluid. And this should be the pan itself. And it is a brand new pan. I am not to that point yet. So I will set it aside and I'll set the fluid aside. Get rid of the box and see if I have time to get at those seals. So I have 4 auto trans valve body sealing sleeves, 2 little short ones, 1 medium and 1 large. And I'm just gonna match those with whatever comes out. I have trans adapter plug. I gotta understand what that is a little better. Fill plug, pan bolts. And what is this thing called? This is the Autotrans valve body sealing sleeve. So I know where that goes, but what I don't know is how to orient it. I will figure that out before I install it. It has that little fin sticking up, and it has some features here and here that may be important. Yeah, so we'll see. Maybe it goes in like this. So I think there's my answer. There's a little opening for the little fin right there. This is, I don't know, the part I took off most recently. So that's what I'll use to orient it. So these are the seals that I need to take out. And I'm gonna see how easily, oh, they come out pretty easily. So let's see which one this is. I think this is one of the short ones. So, short one? Where'd you go? I do not see. Oh, there it is, way over there. So that was another short one. And wait a minute, are they straight tubes or do they have shape to them? I'm gonna have to check that. No, the new ones are straight. There is no shape to them. I think these are gonna be a little harder to get out because they're a little longer. I think that's the medium one. And I think that's the long one. So let's see how hard they are to put back in. Let's see if it'll just slide right back in. Oh, actually, it does slide in pretty easily. And what's funny is, I think they are misshapen because they've been pressed in so much. Fresh ones stick out a little bit, as it turns out. Let's get this medium one. And now the two short ones. I really do hope this makes this transmission run better. I think the biggest problem was the leak. I've read on the forums that this full service makes it shift like brand new. I'm getting fluid on my forehead. So now, just got the two little ones. Getting to this was a bit tedious, but replacing it was pretty easy. Now this piece that I didn't know what it was is obviously this one. So let's hope it comes off as easy as the others. And it did. So I'm just gonna put this new one in its place. Easy enough. What I will do is wipe this off a bit with either a demoted or a promoted shirt, depending on how you view it. And I will do the same thing. Let's see if y'all can see this. To this, it has some fluid puddling because of the angle it's sitting at. Dadgummit, I got some of it dripping on my head. All right, so I think I'm done with everything I need to do under here. So I'm gonna put it back up. So what I'm gonna do is, I see where these square things line up with the squares on here. I really just gotta get one bolt started. And I know where the connector goes. So let's see if I get everything back where it needs to go. Definitely get a good leverage angle, or maybe even a jack. So now that I'm convinced I got at least one bolt started, I will commence with doing the rest. And I will consult my manual to see if there's a tightening order and to understand the tightening torque. And where's the last long one go? Does the long one go here? Yeah. And now the short ones live up here. Now this is not a difficult job, at least at this point, but it is a messy one. Either I got lucky or I got unlucky. And it looks like I got unlucky. I need this to go inside of there. So I'm just gonna loosen it, let it come down a little bit, and then make it fit. I will let you see what I'm doing. All right, so this needs to go in there. And it was dripping on my face, so I wasn't really paying attention, but I loosened it just enough, at least I think I did anyway, to where I can slide it back over it. So I thought I loosened it enough. That should give it enough space. Yeah, you can position it such that this moves freely, and then when you're convinced that if you tighten it up, it'll go up in there, then you can go ahead and tighten them, not all the way down, but just enough so you know that it's lined up. So now I'm gonna see what the torque specs are because I don't know what they are. So now I'm putting back in the bolts that have yet to be inserted. And the manual I have, it was hard to search, so I went on the web and I found some helpful info. And that info was to tighten this bolt and this bolt alternately until contact is made with the valve body. I'm going to make sure it's loose enough such that those two can do that. That moved. That moved. This is less than hand tight. So these have made contact with the mechatronic unit. So now I'm going to tighten the rest. The instructions I found said to tighten them to 6 foot-pounds, which is 72 inch-pounds. I am going to tighten them in the order in these instructions. So here we go. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and at least get them all touching. Anyway, you get the idea. I'm going in the order on the sheet. All right, I'm convinced this is back on right. Got everything torqued to spec and in order, and I'm gonna call it a night. All right, it's a lovely Saturday afternoon and I'm finally back at it. And the last seal to install will be the seal that goes around this plug. And I'm gonna see if I can feel where the notch is, but I think it's at the bottom. I'm pretty sure it's at the bottom and I can't feel it. So I made sure that area up there was pretty clean, and I'm gonna see if I can go ahead and put this in. And I greased these O-rings, so hopefully I can get it in and then twist it a little bit until I convince myself that it is indeed seated. Gloves off for this so I can feel it a little better. So maybe I'm just not aligned. Well, maybe that's it. All right. Yeah, I am not having luck with this. Oh, I think I got it in the right spot. Finally, because it did kind of lock in. All right, now let's see if I can just push it in with my... And I'll be damned. I can push it in with my hand. All right, I'll push it in until it stops. It is still tight. Let's see if I can help it a little bit now that I got it in the right spot. Nope, still needs to go in a bit more. That has got to be in there. Dadgummit. It's in there. Let me see if I can sort out why this won't go back up. After a bit of wiggling, I finally got it in. Now it only goes in a certain way, a certain angle. I was questioning whether I had it in right, and then I went up top and just made sure that the top and the bottom of this sleeve was positioned, and it fell in. Now I'm just gonna plug the plug back in, and I will have to put my hand in the way to do it. So it's slotted in. Pulling down on this lever should squeeze it up against it. I get my finger up there. Just had to get it started. There we go. Fully locked in. Now I can put the pan back on. Nice. So it's finally time to put the pan on. So I'm gonna make sure that the underside of the transmission is clean, especially a quarter inside of these bolt holes, because that's where the seal is. But it looks like that whole area is pretty pristine, except for up here. That does not look good. So in this area, I'm gonna scrape off a little bit of what seems to be buildup. Wonder why it's mainly on this side. I say that's clean enough. So the kit I ordered did come with new pan bolts, so I will be using them. Brand new, brand new, brand new. Other than making sure that all the gaskets are clean, I am going to put a little bit of oil around this new O-ring that's on the new pan, and it goes in a hole that's just in there. So now I guess I just put it back on. And you can feel it when when that tube goes in the hole. And there we go. It is on there now. So I'm just gonna get one of them started. And that'll hold it up. And then I'll just get the rest of them started. These should be torqued in a star pattern to 7.5 foot-pounds, which is, I believe, 90 inch-pounds. The kit comes with a new fill plug, but I'm gonna make sure that this is tight, and it wasn't tight All right, that's good. This kit did come with a new fill port, but I'll use that at the very end. All right, let's fill up this bad boy. So now is the easy part. I'm gonna use that pump to pump that fluid into that hole. And for this phase, I'm just going to pump it until it starts to drip out. All right, it is dripping out. I am going to put the plug back in. Ooh, dripping out quite a lot. So now I'm in the car. I am going to hopefully start it. All right, so I've never put this thing into manual before, but I'm going to try it. How do I put it into manual? Guess drive. Keeps coming out of drive. Uh-oh. I'm still not used to this car. Maybe I need to fill it up some more, because this is what it was doing when I was having the issue. So like now I'm in park. Try to put it in drive, back to park. Put it in reverse, back to park. I'm gonna go check and see how much fluid is in the pan now. It probably sucked it up and it's not gonna drip out because it is now on. So let's get back under the car. So I'm guessing when I take this plug out, nothing is going to drip. And then it will take some more fluid. Yep, needs a bit more fluid. So I'm gonna play the same game as before, just filling it up until it comes out. So that is the 4th bottle that I have put in. On to the 5th bottle. All right, there it is dripping out. Let me go ahead and put the plug back in. All right, we're in the car. See if it goes into gear. Yep, it's in the gear. It made some noises too. All right, so let's see. I'm gonna try and go into. Okay, so there. This is my first time doing this. So I don't know if you can see. I'm in manual 1. Stay in that for a while. Manual 2. Stay in that for a while. Manual 3. Stay in that for a while. You know what? I've had my foot on the brake this whole time. So let me take my foot off of the brake. Take the parking brake off. Alright, so that's manual 1. Manual 2. I don't know how long I'm supposed to stay in these, but I'm gonna give it, I saw somewhere 10 seconds, but I don't know. I'll give that a shot. Let's see. So that's manual 1. That's 2. That's 3. Oh, okay. So it has to be at a certain speed. I'm guessing. I don't know. If you're a BMW head and know, let me know. So I'm gonna go down to 1. All right, so here we go. Giving it some gas. 2. There's 3. 4. 5. 6. Okay, so now I'm just gonna let it get to temp. Getting closer to the test drive. Oh, let me actually put it in park. All right, now I am in park. I don't remember if I ever put it in reverse. So here we go. Reverse. Shut up. And now back into park. All right, now let's let it get to temperature. So that's at roughly 108 F. So that is hot enough. So I'm going to open the plug and top off the fluid. And this is an exhaust pipe right here. So it is hot. So I'm gonna be careful. All right, well, my GoPro got overheated. I just topped it off while running, so I think I'm done. So now all that is left to do is clean this off and reinstall it. And it is grimy, very grimy. The thing about leaks is they capture dirt. Now just put this back on. All right, I'm gonna go clean up, pick up a few things in the garage, and then I get to go test drive this bad boy. I actually did not drive it much right away. I made sure that everything was working fine, but I didn't drive it because it still needs lots of work. In my following E70 videos, I document what I do in my attempts to make this a reliable daily driver. If you would like to follow along, hit subscribe. If you would like to see the other cars I've worked on, check out the playlist for each vehicle on my channel. Thanks for watching. Take care. I bought a cheap E70 with lots of problems, and I've been fixing it. So in this video, I'll replace the air springs and take care of some other annoying odds and ends. So last time, I serviced the transmission, but before I decided to drive it, I wanted to check the brakes because the onboard diagnostic system was telling me that the brake pads were low. So before going out and buying new pads and rotors, I wanted to take a look at them myself. And I'm glad I checked them because this car does not need brakes. It probably just needs the system to be reset. There's plenty of pad, at least on this rear brake, but look what I noticed. Look at that. Lug bolt is missing. There seems to be plenty of pad left on this one too. And this one. No, that's plenty of pad left. Yeah, so maybe it's just something with the wear sensor. But I am looking for the lug bolt socket for this car. They all seem to be the same, but I didn't see it in the car. So I'm about to go on the first test drive of the X5 since the transmission service. Waiting on my wife to come out, and so far there are no leaks. No leaks that I can see yet anyway. Hopefully this will be something that won't have to be done for a long time. So this is the first test drive of the X5 after the transmission service. So I'm gonna see if everything goes okay. I don't know how this thing is supposed to shift, but it's driving better. Much better than before. How do you think that felt, babe?
Fine.
Yeah, like it seems okay. If the camera picked up that knock, that's something on the suspension that I'm gonna have to work on. It seems okay. I might drive it this week to make sure the transmission actually is fixed and make sure there's no leaks, but it's driving pretty good. I'm gonna wait for this light to turn green, see how it shifts from first through third as I turn. Yeah, it had trouble going into gear, and then it would kind of hard kick. I don't know if it was first to second or second to third, but it was always from a stop.
What is that?
A CX-50.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna baby the transmission. I'm just gonna see. I don't know how this thing's supposed to shift, but that seems okay. What do you think?
It felt fun.
Yeah. So now I'm just waiting for leaks. See if we have any more issues. So the transmission is running way better, but this morning I need to point out another issue I'm having with the X5. So it is on a slight hill, and this side is still maintaining air in the air suspension a bit, but the other side is another story. I know it's not the best view with all the shadows, but this side slowly leaks down overnight. So I'm going to get new air springs and install them. This is a big fat tire. My goodness. One of the things that was wrong with the E70 when I got it, but is an easy fix, is the rear brakes. Everything looks fine. I mean, the rotors are ugly but smooth. Plenty of pad left, but there should be an anti-vibration clip right there. So I picked some up and I'm gonna put it on right now. I think all I got to do is push this on like that. Feels solid. But yeah, it just wasn't there. It's not on this side and it's not on the other side. And I am going to do this side as well. Yeah, I have no idea why it wasn't on there. Maybe somebody did some service, just forgot, but we're good. So I drove the E70 for a few days, and one thing that I touched every day was very annoying. It's a pain when you're trying to open the latch and you gotta fumble around with that. So I got a new one. Let's open it and make sure that it looks like it'll do the job. So this looks and feels like it will fit in the truck. So let's go ahead and see what we gotta do to get the old one out. As you can see, this car is missing some trim pieces along the inside, and I will be looking for those, but I will need to take off that trim piece. So I figured out what I needed to remove to get to the back side of the hatch to replace the latch, only to realize that I didn't have to do all of that. Yeah, this is the OEM BMW one. You see the part number there. And this is just an aftermarket duplicate, but it looks identical. So, yeah, I mean, look how messed up that is. So let's see if we can put this back in and close it back up. Oh, wait. It can't go in like that. It has to go in from the outside. So, based on what it looks like, I'll just have to push this in like that. That looks like I'm good to go. Yeah, so I think I wasted a lot of time. So now I'm just reconnecting the plug, and I could have done all of this on the other side of the hatch. So I didn't know, but now I do know. And I could have just done this out here and then snap it in. Just like that. Now, if yours fails in such a way that you can't do that, you'd have to go on the inside. But it seems like you could pop it out from out here with the panel tool and you're good to go. I just wasted a lot of time. So I put back all the stuff that I didn't need to take off. Then it was time to test the latch switch. Is it now secure and functioning? Well, like with most projects, I wasted a bit of time, but I did fix something. And it works. Anyway, one less thing that needs to be fixed. But that list of things is long. So I got some more parts for the X5, and I have not told Lance what they are yet. Lance is behind the camera. Say hey to people.
Hey guys.
What do you think it is?
New exhaust.
An exhaust for this thing in this box?
Headlights.
No. Here's a clue. It's pretty big.
A wing. Spoiler.
No. It'd be hard for you to guess.
Yeah.
But.
Is the back of your car?
Hmm?
Is it part of the back of your car?
Like, what do you mean by the back?
Back here where it got dented?
It's very close to that. But it's on the inside.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they sure did package it nicely. So installing this should be fast, man. Do you have any idea now?
Nope.
So that's one side. This is the other. This is the big piece. And this is part of the reason why the car was only $2,700 bucks.
How many miles does it have on it?
182,000 and change. Coming up 183. I see people saying this engine is unreliable.
Yeah.
Or compared to the others, it's unreliable. But I saw so many examples of these well into the 200,000 miles. And I guess if you drive them all right and keep it with the maintenance, they'll treat you right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, this engine in this one is superb. Wait a minute. Is that new? Is this new? I thought I was buying used. Get a good shot at that? Yeah, that might, I think it's used. I think this is used stuff, but anyway. So as you can see, this trim piece is missing, as well as this one. And at first I was like, I'll order black. I didn't know that they were already black, whereas the other interior is brown. And hey, Lance, check this out, man. Where do you think this goes? Because I don't see where it plugs in anywhere. Anyway, we're gonna cover it up. This goes like that, maybe? Yeah. I think that works. But this goes on before that one anyway. All right. And this one only has one clip. So maybe I can use these clips on this. So where's the other clip I took off? Lance found the clip. But the old one was missing clips, but the new one came with clips. So now I can line this up.
There we go.
Yeah, oh boy. So definitely want this clip. Uh-oh, we're out of clips. I'm the pro at dropping clips today. If there was a contest in clip dropping today,
I win.
tell my wife, I said, baby, I dropped more clips than you today. She's so competitive.
Or if you just drop one clip multiple times.
Clip drop king. That looks a lot better. Don't you think?
Yeah.
At some point, I gotta address this.
Yeah. How are you gonna do that? Because I know that stuff you can spray and it sticks it back up there.
I don't know. I'm thinking about taking all the rubber out and like making sure it lays up properly,
Okay.
then putting rubber back on. But that'll be for another day. Guess what this is?
New handle? Like,
Oh!
Did you already do that?
I did that, but I did order a new handle, but it's for the driver's side, I mean the passenger side door.
Clips?
Are they individually wrapped?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Are they individually wrapped lug bolts? All right, you want to test them, make sure they work?
Sure.
So I got 20 of them. Yeah, but you can just try this one. Lance is gonna make sure they fit properly.
Yeah, it looks like it did.
All right, so I bought new lug bolts because I was missing at least 2. I think there was 2 missing when I got the car. I didn't notice it when I bought it. Need to pay more attention. And the new ones are actually a bit longer than the old ones. I hope that doesn't present a problem. But when I put them on, I'll find out. Well, I'm back in the garage with the X5, and these suspension airbags have let me down, literally. So I'm gonna try my hand at replacing both of them. Even though I only think the right side is broken, I'm gonna try to replace both of them. So the first thing I'm gonna try and do is disable the suspension compressor. And check that out. My fuse box is already dangling, so I gotta see what I gotta do to get that mounted back up like that. But the fuse that I'm interested in is that 40 amp fuse right there. So I found an online diagram, lets me know that that one is the one for the air compressor. There we go. So I'm just gonna sit this on the floor right below it, and I will come back to it when I'm done. All right, so I am up under the passenger side airbag, and it has these little tabs. I'm going to see if it's really leaking the way I think it is. I should be able to push those in and push up on it, but that's awkward. So I'm gonna try something else. All right, I don't know if this is advised. I do have on eye protection. I'm going to see how much pressure is in this thing. Ah, here we go. There is some. And I'm just gonna let it out. So these are some tough bags. See if this screwdriver speeds up the process. You know what? While we're having fun, we might as well just put a hole in it. And it still doesn't want to come out? What do they make these bags out of? So there's still pressure in there, not much though. So let's see if that gives us enough leeway to push it out the bottom. All right, so let's see if one side, let's see if I can get them both at the same time. There we go. Got them both up. And it's free. So now let's go back to the top side. All right, so does that let me? That does. It does free it. Where am I gonna have space to pull it out? All it took was a partial twist counterclockwise, and I was able to drop it down. So it is almost out. This locks in up top. I'll show you a picture of it. The hole that the top of the air spring goes into looks like this. I'm gonna remove that nut, and it looks like it is a 10 millimeter. And it is coming off. All right, so that's out. So does that free the bag? How does the bag come free? Don't know. Don't want to damage it. Yeah, it's coming off nice and easy now. Look at that. So that's the old one out. Always like to compare the old and the new. Seems to be of high quality. and of similar dimensions. So let's go ahead and put it in. Now the airline does need to come out of this side. So when I put it in, I'm going to make sure that it comes out this way, or rather that it points this way, but I don't think you can put it in wrong. Let's give it a shot. So that is a shot of what I need to twist the new one into, and it doesn't look like it's going to be that hard. So I'm not going to remove that until the very last minute. Do not want to introduce any debris into the new bag. So trying my best to put it back exactly the way it was. All right, I think that looks pretty good. So now I'm going to twist this out, put the new one in. The airline already has a fitting, so all I have to do is slide this into it. So let's see about taking the old stuff off. So I slide this up, separate this, these two little pieces. Now I just slide this off. So apparently I just shoved this into the new one and I'm golden. Is there any marring? Doesn't look like it. So they say you just push it in. That is remarkably easy. And if that works, I will be singing the praises of this company as long as I own this car. So now I tug it. Wow. I pushed it in until it stopped and it said tug it to make sure it's on there, and it feels like it is. Now that was easy. So again, that's where I have to twist the top of the airbag into. These go in towards the other side of the car. So I'm gonna see if I can do it right. All right, so it's gonna have to be by feel, because when you put it up in there, you can't really see it. Okay, so I think I got it in there. And I don't. Let's try again. I think I got it now. Ha! I'm gonna call it good. And I think I'll just jack up the suspension till it mates with it, put the fuse in, and see if it inflates. Now I gotta make sure it'll line up. You can see if the top is seated correctly from inside the trunk by lifting the floor. I found this out later. I heard it click, did you? No, wait a minute. This bag should be able to hold the weight of the suspension. I know this could be risky, but as quick as that was, if this works, I can do the other side. And the only person who will be out of money would be me. So let's see if everything stays intact. I don't know, that makes me a little bit nervous. Let's see if I have another floor jack that I can do the other side with. And I do have another floor jack. So I'm gonna do the same thing on the other side. And looky, I'm not gonna have to do much work on this side, because it is already a little messed up. I do not know why it's like this. I need not bore you with the details. It's gonna be exactly the same, but with a different color tube. I think it's orange instead of blue. I said I wasn't gonna bore you with the details, but check this out. And that did not happen tonight. That's been like that, so I don't know what caused it, but I'm glad I'm replacing it. Real quick, there is a notable difference on the driver's side, or the left side. The little Mickey Mouse ears point towards the back of the car. That's different than the other side. So that's how you have to line up the top of the airbag when you get ready to twist it back in. So the little Mickey Mouse ears point toward the back of the car. So the instructions warned that if there was any marring on this, it might not seal. So there is some damage. So I'm gonna cut off this last 3/4 of an inch of tubing and see if the rest will be okay. But yeah, this just end. Let me feel it with my skin rather than the gloves. But yeah, that very end, if it is a seal surface, will cause some issues. So I'm gonna snip it off and hopefully it leaves me enough tubing to continue. Okay, my GoPro overheated and it might do it again. I'm just going to cut off this end here. And this tubing is actually very, very durable. I'm gonna clean this end up a little bit too because definitely want it to work. Now there could be a risk of this leaking again. It's a lot better, but up here there is some marring and I don't know exactly where the seal is, but I am gonna give it a go. Oh, so it didn't even make it to the marks that are on the other side. So after a bunch of fiddling, I finally got this side in. So I'm gonna do the same thing and jack up the suspension until it mates up with it. Something I didn't mention on the other one, there's a little notch here that mates up with this here. And as you can see, they're in the same orientation. I don't think you can screw it up. So the way this twists in will necessarily make that line up. I think, because I got lucky on the other side and this side is also lined up as well. Oh, that's as high as this goes. Reinstall this fuse and the pump came on. You can hear it. Let's go see what's happening over here. Okay, I don't hear any crazy hissing. Yeah, it feels solid now. All right, let's start her up. So far, the new air springs have performed flawlessly. I'll let you know if something changes. It is a glorious morning before work, and I don't know when the oil was changed, so the E70 is getting an oil change. So I'm gonna let it drain while I'm at work. This is an 8 M&M. Ugh, really? I should not need this much leverage to get a drain plug out. All right. So that is gonna drain until I get back from work. How is it I make a mess every time I do an oil change? I am back from work and my post-work activities. I'm going to take off the filter now. That is a 9mm. Let's see if this comes off a bit easier. Drain pan ready. Ah, and it did. While that's draining, I'm going to wipe this up a bit. It's crazy. It drained all day and it still wants to seep. I might let it drain overnight as well, but that'll be a bit excessive. It's still dripping, but I'm going to go ahead and take off the filter. This is a big old 24. What in the world? Am I doing something wrong? No, it only comes off one way. Let's give it another shot. Why is it on so tight? That's crazy. It does not want to come off. I'm gonna try one more time and then I'm gonna employ other methods. What in the world? I don't know how long this car sat, but this is not what I had planned for the evening. So this is a fail. There's not a good angle to access it at. So I might just have to get a bigger oil filter socket / wrench and pull that off because it's slipping like crazy on this. For better or worse, tonight is not one of those nights where I want to give up on something. So I'm gonna keep trying with what I have. That doesn't seem to work either. Just deforming the plastic. So that is a 23mm. This is just a last ditch effort because I'm gonna get a new one, but let's see if this works. It doesn't. Wow, this is incredible. It really does not want to come off. I'm just in one of those moods. I don't want to go to bed with this thing on there. Don't know why, but it happens sometimes. I think this might work. Pulling out my granddaddy's tools. Nope. Well, at least I can put this on. New little gasket washer, or washer gasket, or washer, or gasket, whatever you want to call it. At least I got that on. But this may have to wait till tomorrow. So I have a few minutes before my wife comes out, but I picked up a new cover or cap for the oil filter, and I picked up this guy. So I'm hoping this guy, oh, hope I didn't break something. Hoping this guy will help me get it off. It is not budging. I finally got it. Damn. It should not have been this way. Wow. Damn, still don't want to come off. All right. Okay, so I guess that does it. Now I can go inside. So this is the old one that I had trouble taking off, and this is the new one. And they look to be dimensionally the same, but the new one looks better, and I'm definitely not going to over torque it. I'm gonna put it on. The new filter that I got did come with a new O-ring here. This also comes with it too. So I'm gonna save these for new, yeah, so it's a little O-ring. And I believe the O-ring goes on that screw. Actually, I'm certain it does because I have the old one. But I don't need it because I have the new one. So I'm gonna go ahead and install it. Now I'd be inclined to coat this with a little bit of oil, but it already seems to be coated. I'm just taking a quick look at the new and the old filter, make sure I'm not missing anything. And I don't think I am. Let's see. And this is where I started to have issues. This oil filter cap would not screw on. Well, I think I learned a lesson about these oil filter cap. This is the one that came off the car. I think it is a Hegel or some kind of brand name that sounds kind of German. Hengelsil, I don't know. But whatever kind it is slightly different than this one, which I believe is a Dorman. And I thought it's just an oil filter cap. It should work. But if you look closely, the lip on the one on the left is slightly bigger than the one on the right, and it's not allowing it to start threading properly. It's boogering them up. I put this one in, and it goes right in. Threads start right at the top, but these don't. I mean, I could try and shave it down, but I think I'm just gonna see if I can find one of these. I believe one of the local auto parts stores has one. It's not something I wanna take a chance on. So I am back at it. I ordered yet another oil filter cap. Found it on Amazon. We'll see if I can get it on. All right, let's see. Wait, ha, and that is perfect. It goes right in. Let's see. The O-ring seat. Ah, this is perfect. This is perfect. Very happy day. So I'm just gonna pull it up until it fully seats. Nice, nice, nice. All right, so now it's there, and I'm just gonna make sure it's tight. On these, the O-ring is what seals it, not a rubber gasket on the face. So I'm gonna make sure that's tight, and I can finally fill up the oil. Yeah, that's tight too, and that also seals with an O-ring. Something else I have on order are hood struts. So I'm gonna use a stick, or a pipe rather. I think that'll work for now. And again, you can see the engine bay does need work. The whole cowl over there is missing, and it is just filthy. But I'm going to take care of some mechanical stuff, and then I'll do some cleaning and looking at things to really finish it off. But it looks like the engine oil cap is right here. And this thing takes 8.5 quarts. That is the most of any car I've ever owned. And I've owned a 454 Super Sport, which is a 7.4 liter. It's only a 4.8. I guess that sort of fits. And I think this is the dipstick. Is it the dipstick? It looks like it should be. It makes sense it's right there beside the filler. Turns out it is, but it was just really stuck. And I think I got it filled to the right level. Yeah, I know it's gonna change once everything gets moving, but looks like I'm good. Since everything that I'm gonna do with the suspension in the back is done, I'm gonna go ahead and put the rear wheels back on and lower it. Waiting on some parts for the front, and I might drive it beforehand. But anyway, tonight I'm gonna get these wheels back on. Oh, these are big. I'm not front raising these bad boys. Not much room to get this one on. Oh. And I'm gonna torque them to 103 foot-pounds. Oh man, I gotta set the parking brake. So when I was driving the X5, I was getting a knock, and it sounded like it was coming from this side of the car whenever I would hit a bump, even a small one. I think it's coming from here. Let's see if I can duplicate it. So I started shaking everything, and the only thing that would move was this. I don't know if y'all can see that, but just me doing it with my hands should not be able to do it. This is a multi-thousand-pound vehicle. Yeah, look at this. And I did not have a 27mm socket to go in here to get it off. And I think an Allen key goes in there. But I'm gonna see if I can get it moving and get lucky and get this off. I probably won't replace it tonight, but I'm gonna see if I get lucky with the socket. Ha! Is it that easy? I think it is. I'll take it. Well, heck, if it's just this and this, I might try and do it tonight. So I'm putting a 21mm wrench on this side and a 21mm socket on this side. See if I have luck. All right. Nice. And it looks to be the same situation up here. So I have the 21mm socket on the other side, and I'll put the wrench on this side and see if I have luck. Yeah. Moving nicely. Oh, that fell on my shin. It didn't hurt that bad though, just a little bit. I don't know of the best way to get this out, so I'm just gonna bang it, see if it comes out. No luck. All right, it's the next morning, and I would really like to get this out before I left for work. So I'm gonna try hammering it again. Man, I only needed a few more hits last night. So it's out. So this is the new one, purchased from you know where. Limforda. I think that's how you say that. And a quick sanity check to make sure that the new and the old look the same, and they do. So I'm gonna go ahead and throw this on. And I can even make this one make noise. Shouldn't be able to do that. So Don't know the proper order of operations for this. I'm going to try the opposite of the way I took it out. So sit that in there. Line this bad boy up. Nut on the other side, and same thing down here. Let's see, do you line up nicely? Not really. No, that is easy. So now I have to put some weight on it. I'm gonna see if I can jack up on some of these. This is sketch. Told you. A better idea and a lot less sketch would be to use this. Since I'm about done and I want to put weight on the other side, I'm just going to go ahead and throw this wheel on so I can take this off. That'll let it sit a little lower and I won't have to jack it up as high. I'm going to leave this jack stand in place, but I am going to lower it while I put weight on this. I'll leave the jack stand there just as a precaution. That looks a lot better. I am much happier with that. Yeah, we'll see if that clears the jack stand. Almost. I'm just gonna have to remove the jack stand. All right, so as a backup, the jack still is under it, but I'm gonna go ahead and tighten this down. All right, so that's tight. I'm going to tighten up this one and the other one. I'm going to take a brief intermission and look up some torque specs. So I'm going to go ahead and torque this down. Don't quote me on this, but something I found said 96 foot-pounds. So that's what I'm going to. And for this and this, it says 74 foot-pounds and then another 90 degrees. But it also says replace the nut and the bolt. I'm not replacing them because I don't have them on hand. But if this fixes my issue and I know I'm good, they're easy enough to come back in, throw some new ones in one at a time. But I'm going to tighten them according to spec. This is one of those things that I'd be done with if I had a lift. These angles are kind of awkward. And I wasn't convinced I torqued this one right, so I loosened it and I'm doing it again. And now it says another 90. I don't know if I'll get exactly 90, but I'll get close. That's hella tight. I might be reading the torque specs wrong, because that is super duper tight. All right, I might revisit that. I'm gonna call that good. So now I just gotta clean up, and hopefully tomorrow on the test drive there'll be no knocks, no warning lights will come on, and I can call this thing mechanically sorted. But yeah, it's my bedtime. I had some handles that needed to be replaced, and some of them were disgusting. I go through all the parts that were in the trunk, and I install a few of them, and I make it so that you can see my license plate at night. As you can see, my center brake light is out, and only one of my license plate lights is working. I started to look at the center brake light, but then I realized there isn't a bulb to replace. It's an entire assembly. I didn't have any parts, and I didn't feel like troubleshooting it at the moment, so I moved on to the license plate lights. So I was getting the warning message about license plate lights messing up, and when I tried to replace the bulbs, I broke this little part here. So I ordered some new ones, and they should be plug and play, but we'll see. So how do I take this off? Maybe looking at the other one will give me a clue. So this is the new one, and I cannot tell how it goes back on. It's the right size, right form factor, but I can't see how it goes. This little arm seems to come off. Could be wrong, but I don't think I am. So this comes off, and is this unplugged? All right, so how does this connect? So this is what mates up with this. There's a better look at it. So this mates up with this, and looks like this. I guess it goes here. Actually, it can go on either side. Let's see if it works. Hey, it works, and it's awfully bright. So I'll do the same thing with that one, and we'll be good to go. Let's see how it mounts. It's all right, I guess. Take this one off. Release those little wings. And this should just somehow like pull up. I'm gonna be a little more aggressive because I already got the new stuff. This bulb is actually still good, but I broke something in here. Actually, I didn't have to take that off. It just unplugs. That is a lot easier. And the new plug. And the new light. All right, let's see if it works. And it does work, but I'm not convinced I know the right orientation to mount this. Well, the only side with a chamfered edge is that one. So can't go like this, so it must go like this. And I'm not entirely happy with the angle. I'm just not willing to push it hard enough. All you gotta do is push it in and it snaps. So that's the way it's supposed to look. That looks pretty good. I got a little bit of time this evening, and since the X5 is almost completely mechanically sorted, I'm gonna start working on some of the other bits, the interior bits and little cosmetic things that I don't like. At some point, I may address this. This is actually coming apart. Now, the other side is way worse, but it's starting to happen on this side too. But something I'm absolutely going to address is this. It's sticky and it's coming apart. So I have a new piece right here that I'm going to install, and it should be pretty easy. I'm going to try to pry this out without hurting something, without hurting everything else too much. And yeah, it comes out. You can get in between it and the plastic piece. Come on, buddy. It's never been removed. There we go. So this piece is not gunky or geeky. It seems to be holding up. Has some damage, but it doesn't come off on your fingers. This piece, yeah, I don't want to get on my fingers, but it's kind of sticky and it can come off. Yeah, see that right there? It comes off on your fingers when you pull the door to close it. And in there and in here are T20s. So I'm gonna go ahead and take these out. And there's the other one. It's a bit deeper here, so screwdriver should be able to get it. It should be magnetic. It's not pulling it out though. Here it comes. So that's the second one. And they are the same length, so don't worry about putting them back in the wrong location. Wait and grab gloves because this thing is nasty. And now it just comes right out. Uh-oh. Almost comes out. There's another little screw. And this little one is a T10. I'm glad I didn't pull. I could barely see it. The sun is setting. So now, it does come out. And look at that. That is just nasty. I wonder what material they used to make that happen. But like usual, I will compare it to the new one. I'm getting some of the old gunk on the new one. But it looks good. Has all the right mount points. Let's put it back in. Whatever this stuff is, it won't do what the old stuff did. We'll see how long it lasts. All right, that's easy. No one had ever sat in the back seat, and I was doing some work in the back seat, and all the rear ones are having the same issue. So I ordered a full set. This will be a duplicate, but this was the first one that arrived. So yeah, now it would be kind of cool to replace this too, but at least it's not geeky and has things coming off. So if I can just put this back on. Oh, there we go. And now that's nice. It's black, so it kind of matches that. It doesn't match this, but I think that's gonna be a lot better than the old one. Yeah, if you didn't know it was supposed to be the other color, it wouldn't stand out to you. So call that a win. Also got some new hood struts. So before I take the old ones off, I'm gonna look at the new ones, and it actually looks like they just pop off and pop on. You see how it must capture what looks like a ball there, and that's the side of the gas shock, and the side of the piston, it's very similar. So I'm hoping that's all I have to do. So let's see if it just, let's see if I can just pry it out. Yeah, it looks like that's gonna work. And as usual, I'm timid, but yeah, it just pries right off. And there is a little ball here. And this one, oh, it comes off a lot easier. So let's see if this new one goes on as easy as the old one came off. And there's a little bit of grease already in there for this one. So let's pop it in. And now for the other side. Ooh, it's strong. Oh, it's strong. I'm gonna have to push up on the hood. All right, let's see. Oh man, that's fantastic. And just replacing that one, it holds the hood up. So now let's go do the other one. Yeah, so this car was not maintained that well. I know it sat in the backyard of the guy who I bought it from's house for many months, from like November to, I don't know, May maybe. Definitely wasn't March. Look, here's a screw that I don't know where it goes. There's a lot of that with this car. And this is not even attached. It's just kind of laying in there. So I'm guessing if you were doing this on your car, you need to take off the cowl to get to this lower mount point right here. It looks like the one that's still on it will hold it up. So let's see if I can just pull this off. I'm gonna pry it. There's actually a spot. So this clip captures the little ball and keeps this on. But check this out. There is a little spot for you to actually get a screwdriver under there, pull the clip out, and watch this. It comes right off. And the other one is strong enough to hold it. So I mean, you can force it off, but that clip actually has an easy way to remove it. And rather than fight with it, I'm gonna do the same thing with this one over here. Easier said than done from this angle, but it came off, and actually the clip didn't even come off. This side comes off a lot easier. So let's go ahead and put the new one on. That easy. Look at that. That was very easy. And one of the main reasons I wanted to fix that was because I need to address all this cowling that is not connected to anything, and I need to clean it up a bit. So I wonder what was going on with the car to make them have all of this off. I mean, it is old and rotting, a lot of it, but yeah, I would like for it to all be mounted back. So I mean, it's just not even, it's just sitting there. We'll figure out how all this goes back on, and I'll see what parts are in the trunk, and maybe tomorrow I'll dig into this. Yeah, like there's supposed to be another half that goes over here. Before I just slap it back on, I'm gonna clean, because look, down there is a bunch of leaves and stuff that should not be there. But it is nice that the hood stays up now. It's the little things. When working on a car, that's gonna be much less of a nuisance now. So there's supposed to be a little handle here, and included with the car was a replacement. I ordered one, but I didn't realize this was living under here with all this mess, which I will be pulling out all of it today and seeing what I got to work with. But since I know what this is, I'm gonna go ahead and install it. How does this go together? There are two screws. It looks like they go here and here. Pretty easy. I don't know what goes here though. I imagine something should go there. So this is the one I ordered. Let's see, does it have something in the center? Ah, so this one has 6 screws, and whereas the other one only has 2. So maybe this is an improvement over this one because it broke. Since I'm not a fan of this hole being here, I don't know what the hole is for. I'm gonna put the black one on. Doesn't look that bad, and it will function. So this goes there. It just sits in there. And this one, I guess it just goes right on it like this. All right, I think I have it in position, and I think the lever will work properly. So I'm gonna put all 6 of these screws in. Yeah, so I don't know if it's because this is the aftermarket one. There's carpet that is in the way right here. Once I tightened the screws down, the carpet didn't matter. All right, let's see if it works. See, I didn't know this, but there's a little catch here. Ah, and then you pull. I think it works. I didn't know because it wasn't here. I thought this just laid here, but one more thing fixed. So now it's time to catalog all the stuff that is in here and seeing what I got and where it goes. Since I'm unfamiliar with this vehicle, I only knew where one of these things went. I had some ideas, but I didn't really know how any of this went back together. There's a bag of screws. Don't know where they go. Various parts and screws in here. Don't know where they go. See, like, where does this go? I think this was to disable and tow it. I'm telling you, I think this car had way more issues than the guy let me know. Oh yeah, and I gotta get this seat right. And then over here, don't know where this goes. And maybe I'll address this. I saw some secondhand glove boxes on eBay. It's just a cosmetic issue. This looks like it goes under the dash. Ah, this is a fuse cover. I think it goes on the engine bay. Engine bay is cracked. Ah, let's see. I think these are duplicates. I have no idea what these are. I know where this goes. I have no idea where this goes. All right, so these fasteners lock in somewhere, and I think they just lock in under this, which is filthy. I'm starting to think this doesn't go anywhere on this car. Because it looks like this should go over here, but it doesn't. I'm gonna look up what an engine bay looks like. I found an image, and I think they go under the air boxes. If you look closely on the left side of the screen. Yeah, so there's a whole other panel that should be right here, and it's not there. This. All right, that's how that goes. Now this isn't a big deal, but this is supposed to have 2 clips. This one's missing. I probably won't replace it, but I think these are pointless. Matter of fact, let me check these filters out. This clip is uber bent. There we go. I hope that's it. Is there any back? Ah, there's one back here. And should be a matching one. I guess there isn't. What? Oh my God. Let me show you something. Look at this. I was having intermittent idle issues, and this could be why. Yeah, that clip is hard to press, at least for my fingers. The filters actually are dirty, but they don't look all that bad. Yeah, like that doesn't look bad at all. At least one of the screws I found should go there. Anyway, I'm going to pop this out. This being that loose cannot be good. So this is going to get seated properly. It's probably going to run a little better. All right. I wonder what the car sounds like without this resonator, that resonator, and the other resonator under here. I'm not going to mess with them, but I do wonder. And I found this in the corner of the engine bay. I don't know where it goes. I really don't know where this goes. Well, I did find something that I can put back together. So this fuse panel actually mounts up like that. And I believe this goes under there. So I'm gonna see if I can remedy this. All right. Don't know which way it goes. Maybe like this. Ha! It does go here. So why was this out? And what does it go to? I don't know. So I have a handful of these, and these do fit the mounting holes for this. So I'm going to attach that. Don't know what this goes to, but maybe that'll shake out later as I continue to drive this thing. And then this, whatever it is. Something else that doesn't work is the cigarette lighter for charging my phone. So I'm gonna see if it's a fuse. I looked up on the diagram and hey, the fuse puller's here. It says that this 20 amp here could be the culprit. And it looks like it is. And I happen to have some from a previous project. So let's see if this fixes it. I was driving when I first got this. I put my phone on charge and nothing happened. Let's see, is this one ignition controlled? I'm about to find out. All right, let's see. Is it on? It's not on. Start it, does it come on? Yeah, boy. It's charging now. That was another easy fix. So I can put this back on. This E70 is kind of becoming a mini restoration project, and that is way more work than I planned to do to it when I got it. Got some stuff for the X5. Let's see what it is. Don't know what this is. Yeah, I don't know what side they go on, but these should be engine covers for the X5. Let's see if we can fit them. They're meant to go under here. Yeah, so that I've really got to clean this out. Oh, I think it actually goes like this. I see a mount point there and there. So yeah, this goes something like that. So that means this one goes something like that, but this one is all broken. So those were the broken pieces that I had in the trunk, and this is literally just kind of sitting here. What is this? The cabin air filter? The cabin air filter is just hanging out. That's crazy. There's no better time than the present to go ahead and vacuum out some of this debris. So I'm gonna take this old broken one out. I didn't even realize until I got the new one that some of the broken one was still intact. There we go. Put this little piece of foam. I think I threw away some of these. I should have kept them. I didn't know where they went. I mean, it's not super crucial that I have them, but it would be kind of nice. All right, seems to fit well enough. Oh man, whatever that screw went into is no longer. All right, that one's still there. Then this one right here, I don't know if y'all can see this, but what the? Everything back here is just crumbling. Like, it is literally just coming apart. I don't know if you can see this, it's just, so that may be why they didn't reinstall anything. Well, it's stable enough. see if I can get these to line up. So I'm gonna try to line this seal up with that triangle. And bam. And this is supposed to lock in, and that is supposed to lock in, but I don't see, yeah, I think I can get the back one to lock, but the front one is broken. Not really, not really. So I may be looking for a new one of these. I got it to sit properly, so I'm gonna leave it like that. Plug this back up. Yeah, there's a little notch here and an arrow here. They're in the lock position when the notch and the arrow line up, you know, the little triangle. And even though this is coming apart, those fasteners are still intact. So I'm gonna try to see if I can get it to lock in. As I handle this, this thing is coming apart. But I see where it should line up. There we go, got it locked in. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right, it's way better than before. Just a matter of how this lines up. Now I do not have fasteners for this side, but I see where they should go. Matter of fact, let me go check the fastener bag. And I have this piece, and I'm pretty sure it goes here, but the thing it attaches to isn't there anymore. So hopefully all the other pieces will keep it located. Yeah, there's a spot on this to receive a screw that will go through this and fasten on the other side of this. So I found a few fasteners. I'm going to use one of them on the corner here. Yes, and it likes to go there. And I'm going to use this one right here. If it'll go. Maybe it won't go. Maybe this one is meant for it. Yeah, that seems to be about right. I'm gonna use it for it nevertheless. Gonna put one right here, hoping it stays. So I got trim for all the other sticky doors. So this one is coming off. All right, and I have the passenger side rear door to do, but it's the same process, same game. Another thing I need to address is this clear bra that is starting to crack and just look really bad. So I started working on it and actually figured out a way to get it off, but it was not fun. So I've made a lot of progress with this protective cover, and I've gone back and forth between using this and just getting up under it with the little scrapers I have. This helps, but I'm still nervous about how it affects the paint. So I'll spray it on, let it sit for a little bit, and then go to work. And this is about how it goes, little by little. Sometimes you get a good run of it, but with the cracks, a lot of times you just get to the crack and then you have to re-dig. It's coming, but it is slow. And the only reason I did not use heat is because heat would also soften the paint, and I'm just nervous because I'm already traumatizing the paint, in my opinion, by doing this. So if you've removed this sort of stuff before with heat, chime in, because I'm just nervous, but it's coming, and I'm on the home stretch now. Even though the lower part is going to be the most uncomfortable to get, it's coming. Now I just have to do the same thing on this side. Oh, happy day. So I got all of the protective film off. Now it's about getting the adhesive off. So I'm going to see how well this works with just a shop rag. Wow, it seems like it's working great. You can see the lines from the cracks still there. So I may get into detailing more than I'd like. We're more into nuts and bolts, mechanical bits. But it's on a car, why not learn more about it? Yeah, the sun's creeping over, and I'm thinking I may employ some power tools to get the rest of that off. Because as tedious as the film was, I'm not looking forward to spending a lot of time doing all that. After completing a few projects on other cars, I decided to come back and see what I could do about the E70. All right, switching gears a little bit. I've been working on the WRX for a bit. And now I'm gonna see if I can get all this adhesive off the X5. Yep. So I hit the hood again with some goof off. And then I tried this polishing pad. It moved the adhesive around a bit, but it did not take it off as much as I would have liked. I don't know, maybe it helped. Or maybe I just need to scrape with the plastic scraper. Alright, so this comes off really easy, but I think this is too soft to get it. I tried another attachment, but it did basically the same thing. So I sprayed on more goof off. This may still be the quickest and easiest way to get these off. Then buffing may be a thing to do once the gross amounts of adhesive are removed. I mean, look at that, this comes right off. It comes off, it's just, again I say, not fun. So I will commence with the scraping. But that is enough scraping for now because I believe you get the picture. So I got ready to start the X5 and it did this. So that was out of the blue. So I'm gonna replace the spark plugs and see if that helps. So let's see how to get to these spark plugs. One thing I do know is that this has to come off, I think. On second thought, this is the passenger side, and 1, 2, 3, 4, it looks like I'll be able to get to them, but the left side or the driver's side may be a bit difficult. 1, 2, 3 may even be a problem, but the fourth one way back there definitely isn't going to be easy. But since I just had all this stuff off, I know how to take it off. I'm going to see if that helps me get to it. I'm going to start with the most difficult because I've worked on cars enough to know one thing can make a 15-minute job into an hour job. Unlock these guys. Let's see, that should allow this to come up and be free. And yes, it gives me straight access to that. And this, taking this stuff off, only takes a minute or two. And I'm not absolutely sure if I gotta remove this, but it will help with camera angles and it'll help with me getting in there. So I'm gonna take it off. This is, I believe, a 15mm socket. So I took a break, but I think that's going to give me access to this here, but I'm going to go practice on the other side to make sure I know what I'm doing. Let's see, does this just come right off? Nice. Okay. And I'm guessing this is a pull tab. Nice. And I'll do the same with this one. So I'm gonna free this tube and get it out of the way, but I don't know where I'm gonna put it. I have a bendy extension that will make this easier, but it is not here. So I am going to ruin the camera angle. So that little screw there, that looks like that one there, I'm gonna try and get my little 1/4 inch drive socket on it. I'm gonna ruin the camera angle, but I'll show you what it looks like when I get it out. And I do have a bendy extension that will make this easier, but it is not here. And you can't see it, but I finally did get the socket on it. And it's coming off. I just hope I don't drop it. Let's see if I can get my hand on it. Twist it out. I have an even smaller ratchet. Let's see if that gives me some more clearance. Let's see, is that enough? Yeah, finally. All right. Uh-oh, dropped the screw somewhere. It did not fall far. So now the trick is to see if I can pull this one out. Ugh, strong fingertips, come on, buddy. So let's see if I can get, damn, cannot get a good grip. Just want to make sure I'm pulling the right side. Yeah, it is the right side. Let's see if I can get this up under there. All right, here we go. Strong fingers. Now I know you can't see this, but I'm gonna grip the little loop and pull with all my little finger might. But first I'm gonna rotate it. I'm gonna get a cramp in my finger. Yeah, so this will be the hardest one to get out. And I don't think it's ever been removed. I have resorted to putting a pry bar in the loop. And that worked. So let's see if there's room to even get it out. And there's a little clip that holds some tubes that is in the way. In this next little bit, you're going to see me struggle with getting this coil out. But if I were to do this again, I would pull it straight out until it stops. And then the last little bit that is flexible on the coil will allow you to pull it directly towards you as if you're pulling it out of the screen. So if you're watching this in hopes to get help with your E70 spark plugs, that's what I would suggest. Yes, it can almost come out. I saw a tip on a forum to remove the top little clip. So I tried that. Let's see if I can get it out now. This was not fun, but I think I just about got it. Just about. After all of that, finally got it out. Ugh. But I did drop the clip down there, so I gotta find it. But yeah, so I took this off, and there is space over in this area to pull it out. And once you get it this way, this far, this rubber part kind of lets you pull it the rest of the way. That should be the hardest one to pull. Let's see if I can get the spark plug out now. All right. Got the extensions in the socket in there. Let's see if I can even get this ratchet on the end of it. All right, I got it in there. Let's see if I can get it out. Camera angles are just terrible on this one. So I got the spark plug socket on the spark plug, and that is 2 short extensions that I have on the end of it. So I'm going to use a universal joint, a longer extension, to see if I can back it out. Tons of fun this little angle is. Let's see if I can get it out. I think it's coming out. I think I'm actually backing this spark plug out now, but this is a pain. So after dropping everything down there once, this combination of extensions turned out to be the one that worked for me. Now I thought I could do it with this, but by the time I put this on the end of it, I didn't have much room to ratchet it. This gave me a bit more clearance and I was able to get it out. But once I loosened it, I then had to fish it out with a magnet. So I used all of this to get out the back one. This just kept coming off of this. So like, you know what? I reached in there with this magnet and I was able to pull it out. So yeah, this, I'm assuming this back one here is the hardest one. And this will prove to be difficult, but I'm gonna see if I can fish this in there and get the thread started. So I'll know that the thread started if I pull this out and the spark plug doesn't come with it. All right, this is a long shot, but at that angle, I mean, I really didn't want to risk cross-threading it. So let's see. I guess it worked. Let's go ahead and tighten it down. Now I'm going to use a regular socket to tighten it down because sometimes the little rubber thing that holds the spark plug comes out and this would be a pain to fish it out. So yeah, I'm just using a regular socket. So I tightened it some more with my hand until it stopped. And I had to put the sockets in there piecemeal. The socket with one 3-inch extension, and then I put the second 3-inch on after it. All right, I'm tightening it. All right, pretty sure that's bottomed out and tightened a little more. So now let's just get this thing out of here and get that coil back on. This car drives fantastically, but it should not be this difficult to replace a spark plug. Now trying to get this bad boy back in. And I'm damned, getting it in seems like it's gonna be a lot easier than getting it out. A lot easier. There's nothing like doing something and then realizing that there is an easier way. Now, I don't know if I could have pulled it out this way, but I was able to get the coil back in through the path that you can see right here. So I'm just gonna push it all the way in, put the little latch back on, and then move on to the others. But that's crazy. I spent all that time when it looks like I could have done it this way. There. Finally got it on. Let's see if I can go ahead and plug this back up. So after fighting with it a bit, I finally got the plug back in, the latch back down, and it is now depressed all the way onto the spark plug. So now I can finally move on to the easier ones. So I'm moving right along to the next one, which is still another bad camera angle, but let's see what I can do. That might be a straight shot with a bunch of extensions. Let's see. So yeah, the long trick didn't work. So back to the two short ones. The two short ones seems like it's gonna do the trick. And it cracked. Nice. So this is three 3-inch extensions. And there's just enough space. Back it out the rest of the way with my hand. And then it's magnet time. Really, I could have used a spark plug socket on this. And look at there. Going spark plug fishing. Got one. I know this is another bad angle, but see if I can fish it in there. And it is looking good. Fish it out. Now I'm fishing this one back in. And yep, I'm still using the tube trick. So either the threads are biting or it's just spinning at the bottom there. And again, I'll know if I pull the tube out, spark plug comes with it, that means it never got lined up. Right? I think it got lined up because the tube is torquing on itself. So let me pull it out. There you go. All right, the crush washer should be crushed. Now I can take it out and put the coil pack back on. Now I'm gonna put this back in. A lot easier than the other one. Gotta make sure it's pushed on really good. All right, the two rear ones are done. Now I'm gonna put this little keeper on. I don't know if that's the real name for it. And it's labeled front. It doesn't say back, but if you know what the front is, then the other one must be the back. All right, it's on. And I actually went and got my little bendy extension. It's gonna make things a lot easier. Let me see if I can get it started with my fingertips. Dadgummit, I dropped it. All right, I found it. 20 minutes later, we are going to try it again. And there we go. With my little bendy extension. For whatever reason, I wanted to go in crooked. So I'm trying to start again with my fingers and risk risk dropping it again. But there it is, started. Little itty bitty ratchet to the rescue. So the two rear ones on the driver's side are done. Let's move on to the easier ones. Let's see if these are actually easier or I'm kidding myself. So this should be straightforward. Take that out. Let that one come out. Yeah, these come right out. This is pretty much a straight shot. Yeah, I think it's going in. So yeah, see the tube torquing on itself? All right, pull out. The reverse to tighten. You get the idea. Lather, rinse, repeat. I probably won't show this one. It's the same process, but I may show one of the other side because they're more out in the open. Now go ahead and put these back in, and I am happy there's plenty of room for them. Very, very happy. That's one. Go ahead, lock it in. The other one. So now just make sure they're fully seated. Now let's see if I can put the keeper back on without dropping something. You know what? I'll take that. Let's see if any of these are difficult. Okay, I already got the front two off. The back ones may be a little challenging, but they don't look nearly as hard as the driver's side. Let's get to it. Oh, this looks like a lot of space. Look at that. And that wasn't even a spark plug socket. Felt like that one was on way tighter than the others. So my GoPro is about to die, but you see the drill. If I have any issues getting the rear ones out on the passenger side, I'll let it charge, come back and update you as to any problems I have. But based on what I'm looking at, it doesn't look like there will be. Itty bitty ratchet to get the keeper bolt off. And let's see if these guys give me any issues. Yep, hard to get off. I just put the screwdriver between the latch and the coil, twist it, and it pops it free. All right, let's see if we can just pull them out. That is an awkward angle. All right, I got the front one off by doing this and pulling. This one doesn't give me much room, so. But I still got it. No problems getting that one out either. Yeah, so this being a rear one, I expected some clearance issues, but none. The only one I had clearance issues with were the ones on the driver's side. One because of the hoses, and two because of whatever's happening over there with the brakes and the firewall. But yeah, all these are coming out smooth. I had a guy question as to whether this hose method was actually always necessary. And it's absolutely not necessary. But these are the situations where I like it. These blind spark plug holes where you can't see, but you can feel. Yeah, you could feel it with an extension as well. But I just feel better doing it this way. New one on the right, old one on the left. The electrode is a bit worn. So I'm hoping this does actually solve my startup issues. So that's it. All 8 spark plugs on my E70 replaced. I'm gonna clean up a bit and give it one start to see if it works better. But then I'm going inside because I am drenched. But first I am gonna put this back on. And now everything's done. The keeper is back on, the last pair. All right, let's see if it starts better. Started right up. Fresh spark plugs work wonders. All right, got a lot of warnings. I am going to turn them off. But yeah, fresh spark plugs and it started right up. So I'm glad I can drive this tomorrow because I'm picking up somebody. On one Sunday, I had about an hour's worth of time that I could spend working on it. And there was something I really wanted to address. But I broke one of my tripods and the other was at the storage unit and I didn't have time to go get it. So I tried recording a different way, so I apologize in advance for the footage from the head mount. But this video will still give you a good idea of what I encountered when I had to replace my door card. Another thing that my E70 needs is a new door card. As you can see, this is split and that is not connected anymore. And something funky happens with the rear driver's side button. So hopefully the new door card and switches I have will fix that. Here's my new used door card, and it is not perfect either. This fastener is on its last leg. Some of the others look good. I believe those would be screws I would have to remove. That one looks good. And it looks like the door card is attached to the door here. And of course, I do have the cable with it. And I wonder how important these are because they are cracked. Got a good speaker, I'm hoping. So let's see. It does look better than the one that's currently on the car. All right, so I'm at the bottom of the door card now, and there is a screw here that I'm going to remove. And what's crazy is some of this door card is worse than I thought. So that's one screw, but I don't know if you can see this, but it's broken. So I don't even need to take that screw out. So let's go up top. And it looks like you press down on this tab here, pull that, and that releases it. Nice. Now that I look at it, this may actually be okay. There are 2 more screws here and here, and this is a T20. I think that should let me pull everything out. So this should go up a bit and everything else should come out and give me access to all the other things I need to have access to. Uh-oh. So let me go look at the other one and see what's back here. It would be that screw right there. So let's see how to access that. I'm guessing it's behind this. It has to come out because I looked at the other one and that's the only place where, aha. It's always nerve-wracking, but thankfully this is the old one. Ah, there we go. And there is the screw right there. So I have 2 shots at that one. We have to disconnect something right there and something back here. So over here is the speaker connection. I do not understand how to get these out, but I did figure out how to get this one out. So maybe that'll work with these. And it does. I just had to be a little more aggressive. Get this in and you're able to pry it out. All right, what else we got? All right, we got this. And this should come out easy. Maybe. just deal with this way. Look at that. Hopefully the new one has a better one. All right. And the last thing is this. Easy enough. Yeah, so this came out easy enough. If the camera didn't pick it up, I pulled down on this to get the white part out of here, and that allowed this to slip off of this. So when I put it back on, it'll be like that, then I'll pull it in. So that's pretty easy. So now the whole door card is off. Thankfully, there are a few things on the old door card that I can salvage, namely some of these fasteners. And that one's a little compromised, but this one looks good, this one looks good, and I'll take this one as well. And let's see, is there anything else? That looks to be it. Now, these speakers may be good. I may take some of these parts off and try and sell them, but I think we're good to go. This one looks better than this one, so I am going to use it. And this one looks better than this one, so I'm going to use it. And since I can see the back side of this, I'm going to go ahead and take out the switch now and install it when I get over to the car. Is this one messed up too? It shouldn't be. All right. Let's hope we didn't break anything. Hey boy, that looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. And this looks way better than the other one as well. So I'm also gonna take this out. Come on. Please have nothing breaking. Man, I got lucky. When something pops out that fast, you always feel like you break some plastic. And that would not be a first for this car. All right, let's see if we can get this back in. So this goes like that. And that goes like that. Easy enough. And how did this route? I don't know. What did this go to? What did you go to, buddy? Well, would you look at that? This is not going to work. Let's see about getting this out and using the old one. It looks like some sort of LED lighting. So let's see. All right, so how do I get it out? Look at that. Okay, let's see if we can put it in the new one. Look at that. I hope this, wait a minute. So it was glued because one of these tabs was broken and the connector wouldn't stay on. Hopefully that's all that was happening. This does not affect how the car drives, but nice to have. No dangling connections, you know? Fits right in. And they're all in. All right, let's try this again. Now that I know what you are, special LED thingy. Well, I know the speakers go like this. This goes to the switches. And you, my friend, where did you go? Where did you go? Well, I know you went down here to this little light at the bottom. And yes, you have a little stay there. And you can't be too far. You must be nearby. Ah, this is just a light. And it goes here. I don't even remember disconnecting this. There. So maybe I have more functionality than I had in the old one. So is that everything except for the switch? Make sure everything is still connected. This came out. Stay in. Line up this. Hope this goes on. Now, the mount points for all of these are broken on both of them. So I hope we have some success with this. All right, so everything is still connected except for this guy. Now I may see why they kept gluing it. All right, let's try again. Why did you come out? I may have to get those screws in. All right. This one, I should have done this while it was off, but I think we're good. So now, going to attach these. And I have two of these, and they look to be in similar condition. I don't see anything broken on either of them. So, I'm going to install this one. One to rock and one to stock. And honestly, I can't tell which one is the old and which one is the new switch. But I'm going to put them both in and test them. So I'll test this one first. All right, let's test it. It's only this side. You have to come off the switch immediately for it to not roll back down. So let me see if that's something with the switch or if that's a programming thing. Ah, it doesn't do it with this switch. So it is a switch thing. I will build the best switch panel I can from these guys. So I want these switches on this plastic because these switches operate properly. These operate funky sometimes. Looks easy enough. Just free these tabs. I said it looks easy enough. Easier said than done, as usual. I'm having trouble getting these out. And since this is the plastic I want to use, I don't want to be too rough with it. Well, I risk damaging this plastic taking these out. I don't think they were ever intended to be removed. So I'm going to see if the other one will stay in securely enough such that it doesn't lose any function. If it does, then I'm going to call it good. All right, here we go. Hope it all works. Oh yeah, that works just fine. I will call today a success. Not bad. Not a perfect replacement, but much better than the old one. And this car needs a good detail. Does that go that way or does it go this way? I think it goes that way. All right, one E70 door panel replaced. Just got off work a little bit ago. I'm gonna see if I can get some things done on the X5. I'm still getting a clunk on the driver's side when I hit a bump. I'm gonna see if replacing some components that I haven't replaced yet help. So the part I'm gonna be replacing is this right here. And it's only connected in 2 spots, which is up here and down here. And it seems like an 18 millimeter will remove that nut. It's also an 18 millimeter on the other side. So it's working. It's coming out. And I'm thankful again that this is not a northern car, because I have not encountered hardly any rust or stuck bolts or anything on this thing. If I had my ratcheting wrenches, this would be short work. It looks like it's just gonna be easier to go ahead and take this off. This is not even what I want to take off. It is actually this thing, which is a lot bigger. Let's see, is a 19 a good enough fit to hold it while I back it out? It is. The higher you go in bolt and nut sizes, the closer fits each one of them gets, because each increment is such a smaller percentage of the overall bolt width. You know what I mean? And the nut is off. Let's see if the bolt comes out easily. And it does not want to. Let's see if I can persuade it. Ah, yes, I can persuade it with a wrench. Come on, bolt. Ah, finally got it out. So let's see, does this, oh, this moves free now. So we'll see if this comes out, and it doesn't look like it wants to come out easily. I definitely need a bigger hammer, but maybe the spot to hit is right here. I'm gonna try it. It does not look like it wants to move. Maybe the weight of the vehicle will do it. No go. Where is my big hammer when I need it? I know where it is, it's at home. But now that I look at this, these bushings in here look fantastic. I know with the weight on the car, it's a different story, but usually when I have some knocking because of a bushing, you look at the bushing and you can tell. All right, let's see. Does a bigger hammer solve the issue? Absolutely does. If I would have had this from the get-go, this thing would be replaced already. This bushing on this side does not look bad. And yeah, this is a sanity check to make sure that the new one looks like the old one. But yeah, this, I mean, it doesn't look deteriorated. Or maybe it is a little deteriorated. But anyway, the new one's going on because I have it. And I didn't bring the socket for the new nut, so I'm going to use the old one until I get it back to the house, or I get the socket over here. Because the new one did come with this nice new nut. Oh damn, that's a lot tighter fit than the old one. And now this should have weight on it when I tighten it. And now it does have the weight of the car on it. All right, I think that's everything over here. Another annoyance this car has is this. This needs to be replaced. For now, I'm gonna use these vice grips. Good enough, it's holding. So now it is time to replace the battery. Picked up a new one today at the AutoZone. This car has a battery drain that I am going to have to address at some point, but that is not in the cards for today. Almost forgot a little vent. So there's a hole over here that this tube goes out of, if I remember correctly. All right, it's on there solid. Let's go crank it up for the first time, and it seems like a month. I'm just now realizing this tray slash battery cover thing that's underneath the trunk actually has holes that mount it so that it stays in place. I gotta vacuum this up. But anyway, I'm learning a lot about this car. See if it comes alive. All right. So I've driven less than a mile and the knock is still there. So now I'm gonna move up the chain. I'm gonna look at everything else, you know, the shock and the upper control arm, if BMW calls it that, and see what else could be causing it. Other than that, the car drives perfectly. So the last suspension arm I replaced did not fix the knock. I did a bit of research that said that there's a bushing on top of this strut tower that may be the issue. I'm gonna remove this and see if I can get to it. This needs to be released. That do it for me? Yes, it does. So I'm just gonna go ahead and remove this entire thing because I gotta remove the other section as well. And unfortunately for me, this wasn't even fastened in anymore. Even though I tried to use this, the mount points are gone. And it looks like the bushing that sits underneath that disc or plate right there is completely deteriorated. It is gone. I'm gonna take that plate off and see what we're working with. I don't have the parts to replace it tonight, but I'm gonna go ahead and order some. Yeah, here we go, it's coming. I have broken an Allen wrench doing something similar, or an Allen bit, so I hit it with a little peanut butter blaster. All right, that's off. And there is supposed to be a bushing in there, but I don't see anything. Yep, so I wonder what the other side looks like. But anyway, I'll be back once I have something to replace it with. So my bushings arrived from Beamer World, so I'm gonna go ahead, jack the car up, and get ready to install them. So when I jacked the car up, the weight of the vehicle was released and the threaded rod that came up through here fell down. So that's going to make it easier for us to replace the one that's under here, because there it is right there. And it is still somewhat intact, but definitely not like the other one. At this point, I thought it was possible to replace both of these bushings without removing the shock from the vehicle. I gave it a shot, but I could not get it to work. I still believe that someone somewhere has figured this out. So if you've seen somebody do this without taking the shock out, let me know. These are the new ones, and that's the model number there. I ordered them from Beamer World, and they're a lot more expensive than the old ones, but guess what? Lifetime warranty. And yeah, this foam definitely is not as up to the task as these will be. And now I just got to figure out which orientation. On the side of the box they came in was a QR code, and on that page there's a link to a PDF. And yeah, so the instructions are pretty straightforward. And there is a washer up here that I want to see if I can get out so that I can clean it off a little bit. I mean, I could just throw them in, but since I'm down here, I might as well. You know what? I'm just going to leave it in and do the best I can with cleaning it. Thankfully, whatever that little washer was made of, the little foam one, it's coming off nice and easy. I actually think I'll be able to get the washer out and clean it. Yeah, it'll come out. Yeah, so this lip here gets captured by this and gets held in. So this is the top of that washer, and I'm glad I took it out because now I can get all this off. Shout out to the aftermarket for making better products. And I don't know what you call this bushing, but it is on its way out too. I don't have it, but now that I know it's so easy to get to it, I may look into replacing this, especially if I continue to have the knock. All right, that's not pretty, but it's smooth. No more material is coming off. No more of the old bushing remains. Yeah, the new one will go like this. So as far as I'm concerned, it was not absolutely necessary to take this off and clean it. But since I was down here, so I'm gonna put it back on and make sure the sleeve recaptures it, which I hope is easy. And it is not straightforward and easy. So if you're watching this video to do this on your car, don't bother. Just clean it while it's on there. You can get in there good enough, especially if you use a blade or something. So I got it back on, and now I'm gonna fit the new bushing right on top, just like that. It goes like that, and the little indentation will go over that there. So now I'm gonna jack the suspension back up, making sure that I can see it and guide everything back in. I really wanted this to work, but it didn't. This would have turned replacing the bushings into like a 10-minute job. So it's not lining up, so let me go see what I can do about that. Ended up having to take the whole assembly out. So I had to disconnect these and pull them out of the way. And these two. It's not letting me squeeze the tab. There's so much dirt in it. How do you get so much sand in there? Maybe the beach? Now it'll come out. Then I could remove the whole assembly. I made it harder on myself trying to be clever. Just leave the whole strut assembly together and take it out as one piece. It actually comes out with not too much trouble. I'm pretty sure this is not advised, but I put a chisel in here to spread these apart a bit so that I could finally knock that out. Ugh. And there was all kind of grit in there. Ew. What in the... Yeah, this is the part that you shouldn't have to do. And the little pinch separator actually does work on this lower part of the shock, so hopefully I can get it out. See how it's free to move? So I went up top and removed the 3 bolts holding the top mount in to see if that gives me any more freedom. I think it does. So I got that out, and I'll be able to clean this up really good. So that's where the top one lived, and that's where the bottom bushing lived. All right, so now do I have room to take this out? It's almost free. So I think I got it free. Finally. Now I'm gonna call it quits for tonight. I'm gonna see if I can reassemble this with the new bushings before I go to bed. I will sleep a lot better. At this point, I was kicking myself again. I should never have removed that nut with the assembly still on the car. It just made things more difficult. And I do not like these spring compressors. So I tried another type. Let's see, is that enough? Looks like enough. I don't know. This might work. I'm thinking this is the ticket right here. There we go. See, with the right tool, things are easy. So flat side out goes on. Man, oh man. Get out of there. That was a lot easier than what I was doing before. So this tool might be worth it to keep. $217 rental, but that was 5-10 minutes. And of course, this helped. Now the question is, did I compress it enough to reinstall everything? So let's get this on till it's bottomed out. So I'm gonna position the coilover and then see if I can get the lower little fork on. Yeah, let's see if I can get the fork on and then jack it up as a whole assembly. So there is room to get the lower fork in and position the mount. So I'm gonna see if I can get this screw in. There we go. Yeah. With the right tool, I would have been done with both sides by now. So now from down here, I can jack it up and guide the top mount into the holes nice and easy. Beautiful. So that makes doing this very easy. And now I can put this back in, and hopefully this will go in easily, but it doesn't look like it will. I have to jack it up. Oh, there we go. Ooh. You know how you can tell you've had a long week at work? You forget how you got it out in the first place. So I'm gonna see if this helps. I don't know what it was, but I think I'm in there. Who knows, maybe I just had to walk away for a second. Yep, maybe I just had to walk away. But let me put this back in. So that's all the nuts and bolts fastened. Yeah, so I just gotta reconnect all this stuff. And my context clues are the little brackets. This one lives here, and these go back to there. So these must go there, and those must go there. And from the looks of things, they don't let you plug them in wrong. I feel like those guys are sorted. So the big black one goes here, and the teal one goes there. And they look at home in their little cubby hole. All right. So now the weight of the car is on this side. I've jacked it up off of the jack stand. With the jack stand still in place, now I gotta tighten everything down. And even though I tried the same trick on the other side, it went a lot smoother. Goodness gracious. As you can see, I'm trying yet a third type of spring compressor, and this was by far my favorite. It worked flawlessly, as you'll see in a second.
Remember myself physically, as well, like, oh, for sure, like, he's feeling that's a second. Nothing happened. Bronze that fire together, wire together.
I don't know if that's all the way down, but I am done. Ha! So this is the one that made it easy and safe. I didn't feel like it was sketchy.
If you could have a superpower, what would it be? Because again, unfortunately, you've been pulled away thoughts with the people who matter most. So these are just a couple of things that
I wouldn't have been able to do that if I didn't work out.
compilation today is not only that we're making our horses.
And these are the upper control arm threads. This is the bolt for it, and they're dirty. Thankfully, I have a thread chaser that fits it, so I'm gonna see if I can clean it up a little. Look at everything that's coming out. This is the threads that's cleaned, threads that have not yet been cleaned. All this came off of these threads. That's crazy. The camera wasn't even on, but I just squeezed it and it slid all the way to the bottom. So let's see if this goes in. Fabulous.
And I taught these kids that for us, like especially you know, what touches us. All right, now we get all right, guys. We're really taking something outside of our part of our communication. That's physical touch, so that love language is put on there. The relationship context, and we're seeking that physical touch.
Of course, I'm going to tighten this while I do have load on this wheel.
And fat loss, that is and other modes of repeated activity. So, a lot of times we'll think it's your mechanism. Now, of course, sodium, potassium, and magnesium to off for 60 minutes. You know, and talk usually, and then I start pulling glycogen from the bloodstream. You want to optimize this going on. And so in the shot, what is that really?
I am very pleased to report that after replacing the strut mount bushings, the knock is gone. And I thought I was good to go, but now it's leaking coolant. So it's time to play Find That Leak. So as far as I can tell, all the hoses going to and from the radiator are dry. So the search continues. So I decided to get under the car and see if I could trace my way up to the leak. So why is coolant all the way back here? This is the cover for the transmission. As you can see, there's coolant back here. So what is above this? More coolant is here, but where is it coming from? I traced the coolant path as far as I could up from beneath the car, so I had to go up top to see if I could find the source. I don't know how to get these out. I don't want to break stuff, and this plastic is not behaving. It seemed like I could just squeeze or pry this out, but it's not coming. As it turns out, many of the times, I just had to pull harder. Well, the leak could be coming from somewhere up here, so I'm gonna take all this off and see what I can find. Got on the other side of this clamp here. The gear is occluded by this tube, but I used it to loosen this, and I think that lets this all come off. What's it hanging on to back there? What am I trying to break? Ah, nothing. Just checking what looks like the heater hoses to see if there's any leaks, and they are all dry from what I can tell, at least up here anyway. So let's continue. Don't know why that one was so tough to get off, but it looks like it'll still seal okay. This does not want to come off. Ugh. Yeesh. How do I get to that? How do I get this off though? This can't be the way to do this. Well, it was the way to do it, but it was brittle. But luckily the bottom clip, yeah, got lucky. The bottom clip will keep it in. But anyway, it's disconnected. How much movement does that give us? Not much. But it'll give us a bit more if I free these wires from here. And at this point, I was too short to keep working on the car on the ramps, so I had to drop it. Now that I'm a bit lower, I'll be careful with this side. A lot better. This wire right here goes to a connector that is way down there. I'm gonna take it out if I can get to it, and I can get to it, but it is very stuck. I wonder if I can have enough play without taking that off. I just might. Well, whether I need to take it off or not is a moot point because I got it mostly off. And then there's another one somewhere down there. Oh boy. So I moved on to removing the rest of the harness and the injectors. Thankfully, it fell to the ground. I didn't drop this one yet. Now that should allow me to flop this to the other side. Yes, it is free. Nice. There are the injectors. Little bolt. I think it's like a grounding wire or something. There we go. I wish I could have got these off. That may give me enough space. This is going to be fun putting back together. All right. So the fuel rail sits over there like that. I still need to free this stuff up a little better. So now I just got to convince myself that I can get to the nuts at the back. The first four, 1, 2, 3, 4, will be cake. That one back there, wait a minute, I think I'll be able to get to it too. A lot easier than I thought. And I'm going to take this one off with my hands and place it in a safe spot. Let's see if I have the same luck with this one. Looks like it. My hand fit in there just barely. Now this is exactly the kind of thing I would drop. Let's see if I have better luck. Don't want to take any chances. There we go. Now for the rest. And I gotta vacuum this out. This is a lot of debris. Alright, it should be free, but it's not because it's never been removed. Alright, so it's free and it's gonna have to come above this and under all this stuff. And there's 3 connections on the back. Luckily, it doesn't feel too heavy. I'm trying to see what these connectors look like. So I stuck my phone behind the intake manifold so that I would get an idea of what to feel for with my hands. And there are two connectors on the outside, both with little clips you can push in to release it. And the one in the middle has a tab that is in the middle of the back of the connector that you can press down and pull. Taking a picture gave me a lay of the land. Even with the picture, I struggled a bit. I even set a camera back there so I could see what I was doing. What ended up working on this one was pushing in on the clip and then pushing down right here at this elbow. Pretty much the same technique worked on this one, but the center one was a bit different. You can press down on the tab and start to wiggle the connector off, but it will bottom out as if there's not room to pull it off. Then you have to kind of rotate it away from the other side so that you can take it off. Or you can lift the back of the intake manifold and pull it all the way off. Both ways work, you just got to figure out what will be easier for you. So way back here is this thing that is held on to this by a little clamp or a little plastic clip bracket. I don't know what you call it. But taking that out allows this more freedom. Up here, I will be taking off this, and I can't get my fingers in there to squeeze it. So I'm gonna try and get it off by squeezing it with some needle nose pliers and pulling back on this part right here. I'm optimistic. Okay, so that gets a good squeeze on it. Come on. Let's see if removing it over here would be any easier. It's feeling like it. Hope I don't break something. Since I was having issues disconnecting it here, I just followed it and it came to this. So I pulled this off of that and disconnected it below. And I'll just make sure I remember to plug this back up when I put it back together. So I pulled the intake manifold up and forward a little bit to hopefully give me more space, take out the center connector. So I think I finally got the center one off. So let's see if I have enough wiggle room to get this bad boy out. And it looks like I do. And would you look at that? I'm glad I went ahead and ordered the parts before I verified that this was the leak. Look at that coolant there. And how do leaves and all this stuff get this deep into the engine? I have no idea. I mean, look at that. So I have to get my vacuum. But yeah, those are the dreaded connectors there. They were a lot of fun. I think I can just pop this out and this. Yes, those are flexible enough to be out of the way. And this pipe here, I wonder if after I remove all these 10 millimeters, if I can slide this out. That's one. My goodness. I did not drain the coolant before I started this endeavor. Rookie mistake. I can take this off to give me more space. Yeah. Come on, just give me free. All right. So that frees that end, and the other end just comes out with a lot more coolant. That'll give me enough wiggle room. At least I'm hoping anyway. Look at all that coolant. I imagine that leak has been there since I've owned the car, and it just got worse because, I mean, I put several thousand miles on it before I ever saw a coolant leak. Time to go get the shop vac. So it's been what feels like about a week. I got the parts in. I have a little bit of time tonight, just got off of work. I'm gonna vacuum up all the coolant and all the debris that's over there, and then plug up the ports so that I don't drop anything in there. I don't know what this bolt goes to, but I found it down there, right over in that area. The best time to drain the coolant is before you start a job like this. And the second best time is right now. That's actually pretty cool. They don't let the thing fall all the way down. It just kind of dangles there. I like that. Let's see if this valley doesn't keep refilling now that I've drained the coolant. And I am going to tape off these intake ports with some painter's tape. Wow, it's not sticking. Let me wipe it off and see if it'll stick. Look how dirty it is. Yeah, it does clean up a good bit. This rag is tearing up. Maybe I'll get a cloth rag. It's actually good to clean off for when I reinstall the manifold. These old socks with holes in them are working pretty good. Just sprayed a bit of brake cleaner on there. All right, let's see if it'll stick now. Good enough. I'll show you later why I was pretty certain that I had a valley pan leak, but since I'm in here, it's a good time to address the seal on this pipe as well. It can also be a source of a leak. Being unfamiliar with this engine made me think this next bit was a bit crazy, but it was a well-documented aftermarket solution that saves a lot of time and money. I'm going to cut the tube instead of removing all the things on the front of the engine that would allow you to remove it. There, that makes me feel a bit better. All right, here goes nothing. Looking back, I would have put a piece of cardboard underneath the tube to catch these shavings, but I do vacuum them out later. Almost. That wasn't that bad. So this side came out immediately. Let's see how easy this side comes out. Pretty easy. Pretty sure the kit I have comes with a new O-ring. So I'm gonna see if I can gently get this out. Come on, there we go. There is another O-ring in there. Let's see if I can get it out. I was recently in the store and saw some non-marring plastic picks. I should have picked them up, but I didn't anticipate needing them this soon. I'm going to try with my screwdriver, but if I had one of them, I would be a bit more aggressive. All right, I finally got up under it. Ugh. There it is. Old, and it's not really that pliable anymore, but it seems like maybe it still should have been able to do its job. I'm going to clean out where this O-ring goes as best I can, because this side looks really clean, and there is definitely nothing in the O-ring gland. Did you know that where O-rings live is called an O-ring gland? But this side is going to be a bit more difficult to see, and it's a bit dirtier as well. I took some close-up pictures with my phone, and although I think the new seal will seal it well enough to not leak, I want to get it a bit cleaner. And I finally get to look at the new stuff. My wife thought this was an Amazon box, but I was like, oh, no, 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 way better than an Amazon box. Yo, stickers. They never sent stickers before. All right, so this should be the pipe. This is a strut for the rear bottom part of the trunk. This should be the valley pan. Comes with instructions. Pages of instructions. Just cleaning the front with a pick and a wire brush. Here is the magical new tube. Okay. So there will be O-rings here, lubed up liberally. Yes, I guess the rest is in this bag. But what I'm going to try and do is clean up a little better. Valley pan. There we go. And there is the seal there. Oh, I should have one more piece. The tube that goes from here to the water pump, I should have that as well. That should be in the other box. The new tube from the water pump. Oh yeah, and I got an O-ring. I think it goes with the water pump as well. I am set. Those instructions said a pick and a wire brush. That made me a little nervous. So I got a plastic bristled brush with some very stiff bristles. So I'm gonna give that a shot. See if it gets it any cleaner. I got it some cleaner, but it is just really hard to get it perfect. So I did as best I could. And then I vacuumed out the valley a little more. Now I don't have any of the seals here. I'm just practicing setting it in there. So let's see. And then you'll pull it like that, but I don't see where the... make sure the angle step is facing upward and the ridge is visible. And that's where the little lock will go. All right, I see how it'll work now. I don't think I'm gonna need a shim. If I put this in, there is no wiggle room. Like it just barely fits in there, so the shims would be too thick to go in there. Since I'm over here and it's plainly visible, I'm gonna go ahead and install the easy O-ring. All right, so it's installed. And now I'm gonna apply a liberal coat of silicone grease. This is the grease that came with the kit. That O-ring is nice and slippery now. And now I'm gonna install this seal with the bevel side facing the back of the engine so that when I put the new tube in, it goes nice and smooth into the ramp surface. I've had a couple of false starts. This one, since you're working kind of upside down and backwards, kind of awkward to put in, but I'll get it. All right, I'm gonna try that, putting it in like that, and seeing if it lets me get one side seat. Nope. And it does help to put grease on the outside as you install it. I think I got it. I don't know what I did, but I fought with it and finally I got it in. But I took a picture with my phone, even after it seating in the right orientation and properly, to make sure it's all in and that the beveled edge is beyond the lip. See, now I can see how people can install this and it leak. If you catch that edge, even if you got the beveled one in right, it could leak. So make sure it's seated all the way back. So now I'm gonna assemble this bad boy. Definitely don't want to damage these bad boys. There we go. And now to lube them with the supplied grease. How much is too much? I don't know, but there's plenty of grease, so I'm gonna use it. And because I am nervous, I am gonna put some grease on here as well. Hope this goes in smoothly. Here goes nothing. Oh, it's tight. Let me grease it some more. All right, let's try this again. I'm nervous. Maybe I just need to be a little more forceful. Well, it went in, and it is a tight fit. Oh, that's smoother. All right, feeling a little better about that. Okay, now what next? The little clip. So let's see if I can get this thing on. This is sort of like a big key ring thing. I don't know how to get it on. Maybe I'm going about this all wrong. Maybe you spread it out like that and walk it around like that. Oh, it's like a puzzle. When you figure out the puzzle, it works. Let me get it close to where it's gonna end up. I mean, it has to be tight, but it's kind of scraping the pipe. That is not good. Well, they're very, very, very shallow. I'm gonna get a coolant system pressure testing kit later. Anyway, I'm gonna test it. If it leaks, I'll try again with something else. I'm gonna at least put it on. I'm gonna put some grease on all the O-rings, lots of it. So I definitely don't want to fight this thing in. Oh, and on this side, the slope, you want the slope to be like this, not like that. I don't know if you can tell, but you want the part of this that goes farther to be toward the top and the part that is shorter to be on the bottom. I am convinced it is bottomed out. Now to get this one over there. This is just visible as it was when I was test fitting it. I really want to hear a satisfying sound when this goes in. Hey, there we go. I think the pipe is now installed. Next up, I'm gonna clean up this area a little better before I put the new valley pan on. I did notice a little bit of pitting. I got this pretty clean, and I did notice a little bit of pitting right here. And I suspect it was leaking there because it would make sense that it would leak there, run down there, and then present itself under the car where I saw the leak. A trick I've used in the past is to fill it with some JB Weld and then install whatever gaskets I have on top of it. But this time, I'm just gonna use some RTV that is coolant compatible to fill in the gaps. So I did clean off the surface that the valley pan needs to seal to, but I have yet to remove the remaining portion of this tube. See, this came off of the tube that used to live in here. And actually, I gotta clean that up a bit. So that is the new tube that connects to the water pump. That is the old one. Check this out. This came off of the old one. So this is the old one, and it seals. Press it in and it forms a seal. Like that. And it looks like this was leaking as well. There's evidence of leaking there and there. So I gotta go make sure that the other side is clean. It actually looks pretty clean. I just don't know what this stuff is. So I'm gonna take my time and get that off, and then I will proceed. I don't know if that's part of the seal. That looks like some sort of RTV they put on to try and make it seal better, because it is not coming off like rubber gasket. I also got a new O-ring for this. A lot of times the best view of something that I can get is with my phone with the flash on. Some Permatex water pump and thermostat housing RTV. I'm just going to try and fill in these imperfections over in this corner. Now, I've never done this before, so chime in if you think this is overkill, unnecessary, or just a bad idea. So now I'm getting ready to install the valley pan, and I put silicone grease on the ends of this in hopes that it would make it easier to push in. So we'll see. Yeah, it went in nicely. Dadgummit. Oops, gotta take it out anyway. So now I can slide this in, and hopefully the silicone grease will let me put it in at this angle. All right. And now, keep everything lined up. Go ahead and position it. Making sure, I believe these are the knock sensor wires, and making sure they're out of the way. And it looks like they are not out of the way at the moment. Now pull it forward to seat it into the water pump. And now all the holes are lined up. The wire was trapped. I think it is fully seated. All of the holes are lined up. So now I'm going to put them all down hand tight and look up some torque specs. But before I could install the bolts, I had to clean them because some of them looked like this. I normally would use a thread chaser for this, but I didn't have it at the house, so I used a die. And now they're nice and clean. I'm going to do that with another one. That is a lot better. And yes, they're going in smooth. And they're all back in now. I'm having trouble finding the torque for these. So what I'm going to do is torque them to what I know these 6mm bolts tend to be torqued to. It's around 8 foot-pounds or something like that. I didn't have the torque wrench I needed at the house, so I had to come back later and verify that they were all evenly torqued. There's also an O-ring in here that I'm hoping to replace. And for good reason. It is awfully brittle. It fell apart. It is crumbling. If I'm not leaking here, I would have been in short order because it is not pliable in the least anymore. I don't want to push it back in there. Oh yeah, look at that piece. Please don't fall in there. And it looks like someone put RTV around this as well, because I don't think gasket material behaves like this. I don't know if you can see that, but that looks like, yeah, that looks like RTV. I am back with a torque wrench, so I am going to go ahead and torque these down. So I picked up this nifty little brush kit because I wanted to clean this out. I couldn't think of a better way. So this is a nylon brush. It's working. The kit also has a stainless steel brush and a brass brush. And the new O-ring got silicone too, because that's what we're doing this week. We're putting silicone on all the O-rings. Now I can reinstall this beast. All right, and it went in nicely because of the silicone. And this should snap in. But what I missed was that these two valley pan bolts hold this in. So I gotta take them out and then I can proceed. I can barely reach this. Let's see if I can get it to reseat itself. I think I got it bottomed out. This is still a good tight fit, which is good. Let's see, does that do it? I think that does it. And with that, the coolant system should be completely closed. So before I went any further, I wanted to make sure that I didn't have any leaks, because with everything I touched and all the potential leak points, it would be a pain to have to come back and revisit any of these things after I got the intake manifold and all the other connections back on. Yeah, we are eclipsing 2 minutes and it has not budged, but I am going to compare a before and after picture of the gauge just to make sure. Even though the instruction manual does not list this one as working with my car, it absolutely does. I have partially filled it with fluid. 2 minutes later, I'm still right where I was. So I'm going to release it and continue with the reassembly. I don't know why they said the yellow and the red worked for BMW. Maybe they work for other models, but this one worked for the E70. I also picked up a new set of intake manifold gaskets. So I'm going to pop the old ones out. These might be the original ones. And that is the last one in. And I like that they kind of hold themselves in because of the little protrusions in the little galley there. So I'm gonna go check the surface, make sure it's clean. We might install this thing today. So now is the time to finally remove these. On second thought, the seal surfaces look pretty clean. It's just around them that they're dirty. So if there's any area that I think needs to be clean on the seal surface, I may spend some time, but I do risk dropping grit in there. So I'm gonna vacuum it off, and as long as the seal surface is fine, I'm gonna let it ride. But I will lock in some of the things back to their original location. This guy lived right there. Almost lined up. All right, now for the connectors. So hopefully getting them on will be easier than getting them off. Start with the most difficult one, that center one. Can't even feel my way, I don't even know which one I got. Yeah, remember these guys? This is actually when I realized that you can put the center one on without lifting the intake manifold, but you have to kind of tilt it into place. So now that the intake manifold is reconnected electrically, I am going to reattach it mechanically by reinstalling the nuts that hold it to the head. No tricks. I'm able to get to all of them with my hand. Even these back ones. And I'm having trouble finding torque specs for this. So I'm gonna make sure they're snug and maybe do some research tonight while I'm watching TV. Since this is easy, this too. So today we're back in the garage with the E70. I would like to get everything back together, get coolant in it, get it started, hopefully drive it, and start tackling some smaller things. So let's get to it. Let's see if we can get these injectors back in. These go under over here. This makes sense. To get caught up, check out the playlist. This is after doing some work on the coolant system. Wipe off any debris that got on the O-rings and all this madness. There's a little. And they line up nicely. Right back in their homes. It's easier to put them in like this. So let's just say they went like this. I don't know if you can tell, but my body and the cold do not jive. It is a very cold day today. So I'm just gonna resecure the injectors and then start buttoning everything else up. And I'm putting these little bolts on that attach the fuel rail to the intake manifold. Can be tricky, but if you get them out, you can get them back in. To the degree that you can get this off to give you more space, do it, because this last one, I'm able to get it in, but it is not fun. But that was the only one I had any issues with. That is your home. I just found out that this is something I need to address as well. They put RTV on this, and I think it's just supposed to be an O-ring seal. So, man, whoever had this car did what they had to do to keep it running, but they did not do it in the way that I would have. Yo, on this one, the O-ring stayed on it. It's spring loaded, so you got to get that first little bolt in, hold it down. And this little, I'm assuming it's a grounding wire. So many a troubleshooting session has been started and solved because of a simple ground wire. Apparently, you gotta really push this on. Yeah, so I had to like wiggle it on, and it moved all the way on. Thankfully, it was still a good seal. And you get to go like that. I'm sure I did this in the wrong order because this hose clamp is not easy to get to. But I'm able to get to it in a roundabout way. So it's time to bleed the system, and I'm in a bit of a pickle. You gotta hook up the battery to bleed the system, but you also need the battery to open the door. But I can't open the door because I have it propped open because the little spring has failed. So I gotta find a way to somehow mosey behind here to get to that. Or I could just push it down because I'm getting a new one anyway. That was a lot easier. Come on. This is supposed to be out of here. I don't know how it got pushed in. Alright, so we know that doesn't work. Replacing it looks like it's going to be a pop-on, pop-off situation. Here is the new one. It says front there. And that is the same orientation. All right, let's see. That worked for that one. Let's see, can I just pop these on? Yep. There we go. And that seems to be working fantastically already. I heard the car come alive. The instructions say fill to the top of the filler neck. I don't know if they meant this much to the top, but that's how much I got it topped off to. And I spilled a little. I'm gonna wipe it off. Now I'm gonna follow the bleed instructions. Got the coolant in the system, and let's see if I can follow these bleed instructions. Connect the battery to the charger. Just did that. Switch on ignition. Don't want to start the car, but I want it to be on. All right, it's awake. Set heater to maximum temperature and turn fan down to lowest speed. All right, so that's the lowest speed, maximum temperature. Press accelerator pedal for 10 seconds to floor. Engine must not be started. The venting procedure is started when the accelerator pedal is pressed and takes approximately 12 minutes. Press the accelerator pedal to the floor for 10 seconds. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1010. And I don't hear it. I actually can hear it. I don't know if the camera's gonna pick it up, but I do hear it. And the coolant has gone down a bit. So this is not in the instructions, but I'm gonna top it off a little bit. So now I'll just wait. I guess I have like 8 or 9 more minutes and I'll know when the pump turns off. For me, it wasn't clear in the instructions whether you have this on or off, but it has been a long time, well over the 12 minutes they say it should take. And I read somewhere that you're supposed to do it with the cap on. So I'm gonna put the cap on. All right, and when you touch the tube, you can feel the stuff flowing. So I'm gonna let that ride, give it another 10 minutes and come back and see if it turns off. Since I started it with the cap off and it's taking forever, I'm gonna try it again. I'm gonna start over. So now let's see if the pump is on and how long it takes. All right, I hear it going. Got the cap on this time, and let's see, what time is it? It is 12:43, so let's see how long it takes to stop. So while that was running, I thought it a good time to go ahead and try and replace the glove box. Something I thought I could replace while I was doing other things was the glove box. My glove box is coming apart. So I picked up a better condition used one, and that's when I realized that I had to have power to it to open the glove box. I don't need power to open this one. There are these knobs or latches right here that you can pull down, and that opens the glove box. And that lets you get in to where it is mounted to the chassis. So in this one, press the button, opens up, and there are screws in here that I'm gonna take out. Yes, there's a screw there and a matching one on the other side. I'm looking at the other one. Ha! There's a screw behind there. Had to pry off this panel. So there's that screw, and that looks like it. So I'm gonna go for it. So I think these are T20s. Let's see. Yep. So that's that one. 2, and this should be the last one. It looks like this comes off, and it does, because the used one, the other one I got, comes with this, and I think that's there, and there's a latch there. So I'm hoping I can just pull it out. Let's just go for it. I have another one. I didn't even break it out. Ha! And I didn't even break it. There is another screw right there. Is it also a T20? Slam dunk. It is a T20. And this one is different. It's a bit longer and a different color. Now, I am hoping that that lets me pull it out. It doesn't. What am I missing? Wouldn't you know, this bezel and this bezel captures the glove box from what I can tell. Oh, by the way, and this is a good view of it, how it's starting to split. So let's see if this just pops out. Yeah, I think it does. This bottom portion, I think it comes up too. I don't see where it is fastened anywhere. So maybe it just comes out. Ha, it does. Or at least it's acting like it does. This is the most complicated glove box in the world. How does it come out? This is crazy. It looks like there's enough room to get it out, but there just isn't. Because I think there's some screws right in here that I need to remove. Yeah, I can't get to them with that being in there. Well, I have to take it out now because I done broke the old one. Yeah, since I had a new one, I just broke the top part of the door off and that gave me enough clearance. Meanwhile, this pump is still going. It's been, I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes. I don't know what to do next. I'm gonna turn it off, finish the glove box, and revisit it. This is inside the glove box. There are T20s here, 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 and there that I need to remove. A little baby ratchet with a T20 bit. All right, so that's free. And this should just, so just this bezel is holding it in. Yeah, it's like a date. Come on, bezel, just let me take you out. Guessing and hoping that if I remove this screw that's right in there, it lets me move this enough to get the rest of the glove box out. That's what I'm gonna try. That screw right there. But first I gotta finish taking out this. Yet another screw just to get the glove box out. And another T20 back here. I am learning so much today. And based on the new one, this should be the last screw holding it in. This is mostly free. See what we got to disconnect up here. And that should free up the light. So there's a connection there that I don't know how to take out yet, but I will figure it out. You just pull. You just pull. And is that it? No, that's not it. That is it. That was a ton of fun. So let me tell you what I just did. So those two little knobs that release the door so they can open, this cable goes into that slot right there. So the little slit is where the cable travels through. The metal cylinder locks in there. There's one on this side and there is one on this side. There's cabling that goes through these pathways here like this. Of course you can just push the light through and it connects over here. Let's see about getting the new one in. I still don't know how to get that little cabin, the little bin in, but I'm gonna see. So this was just clipped in like this. So this is the old one. So if you can pop this out, you gotta be kidding me. It reveals these screws. This is all I had to do. All I had to do was pull that panel off and replace this. All that. All right, all the screws out. Dadgummit. This would have been like a 3-minute job. Well, everything's a lesson. Seems like I should be able to put it in from the back, doesn't it? Nope. It's a puzzle, y'all. It wasn't obvious, but it makes sense that it's two pieces. Voila. Now, it goes in so easy, just like that. And that's how, but when it's installed, you can't tell that it comes apart like that. So I'm connecting it first and I'm going to secure the loom afterwards. See if I can get this to work. As I was putting it back together, I realized it wasn't a complete waste of time. The top door and the bottom door both are in better condition on the new glove box. So it made sense to replace the entire thing. But if I only had to replace the top, I still would have been kicking myself for removing the entire thing when I only had to remove the lid. Getting these little cables in is going to be the difficult part. Reaching through is the way to do it. Not trying to do it from this way, do it from the inside. Hot dog, that's the way to do it. Well, I think it's in there. Let's see. And it works. All right, and it works. I didn't do that, but put everything back in. I still don't know why it opened on its own, but it hasn't since. So now I'm just putting everything back together. All the little screws I removed to take it out, I'm just putting them back in. And this right here is just outright silly to me. It's so easy when you know how to do it. It's two pieces, but it didn't behave like two pieces in the beginning. I have two of these. This one looks better. This is the new. Make sure all this gets back to its home. This better go nicely. Ha! One more piece. All that just to have a better looking glove box. I said that was the last piece, but that was the last piece. I started the bleed procedure again after letting it sit. The cap is on and I feel something pumping. So I'm gonna give it 15 minutes, come back and see what's going on. It's still very cold, but I got everything back together. I was getting ready to start the car and it wouldn't start. All the lights on the dash came on, but it didn't start. So I did some research and it could be a ground strap. Simple as that. The previous owners sold this car because it would have issues starting sometimes. A low battery is the only time I ever had those issues. So I'm gonna see if I can ground the engine to the chassis and see if that helps. I tried to locate the original engine to chassis ground strap. I couldn't find it. It's probably just buried somewhere deep within the engine bay. I saw a tip where someone with a different model X5 just found some good ground spots and made their own ground strap. So that's what I'm gonna try. It's simple enough that it's worth a shot. So here it is. And it's dirty down there, but the mount point is pretty clean, but I am gonna clean it off a bit. And I'm gonna use one of these bolts here. I was gonna try and make one with a cable that actually says on it, high current grounding cable. But the terminals I have are too small for the conductor, so I'm gonna go to the store. The local auto parts store had this strap in stock, but it is just a few inches too short. So as a backup, I picked up some terminals so I can make my own. So these terminals fit the bolts nicely, and this should fit in there perfect. So I'm gonna go crimp this. I do not use this that often, but I'm very glad I got it. Dadgummit, I don't want one strand to be outside of it. I hope this works the way I intend it to. Well, that is a hell of a crimp. Maybe I go one size up, but that is fantastic. So I went to a slightly bigger size. Let's see. I like the way this crimp looks better, but both of them are solid. That's the spot I'm going to use right there. And I'm going to clean off a little bit with brake clean, but that's it. Now I'm just going to put it in. All right, it's good and tight. And I'm going to put it under here, like this other guy I saw. I'll link to his video. I just moved this brace up a little bit. I'll just put it right here on that hole. Yeah, I wish it was flat like the other one, but I'll make it work. I'm going to clean this off and see if there's a way to make better contact. Maybe sand it down a little bit. So that should be good metal to metal contact. So I'm going to position it like that. It's sitting up a little higher than it was before, but let's see if this bolt can drive it in a little bit. I think we're good. All right, I got it on. I'm just going to reconnect all the stuff that I took off to move the brace. This will be fantastic if this ends up working. I'm going to hook up just enough so I don't throw codes. It sounds like the solenoid is pushing out the starter gear, but that the starter isn't turning. And since I know the starter is getting a signal, and I use my OBD2 scan tool to verify that the voltage does drop when I press the start key, I went ahead and ordered a new starter. So in the meantime, I decided to see if I could score a new deck lid at the junkyard. The website said they had an E70 on the yard, so it was worth taking a shot. Me and my man Joe are out here at the junkyard. I'm looking for some parts. I'm looking for parts for the X5, and he's looking for parts for another project. Where's the X5 at? I don't see the letters. So there's A3. Ooh, boom. There it is. And look. Look at that. And it's in pretty good shape. Look at that. It's a 2012. I don't know if there's any differences between mine and that, but we're in luck, Joe. I didn't want to just rip the wiring off. Part of it's junkyard etiquette. The other part is I wanted to make sure I had all the parts I needed. So I tried to remove it without cutting any wiring. It took me a few minutes to figure out how this trim piece came off. But when I finally got it off, I could see the electrical connections. So then I had to figure out how to disconnect it without damaging any wiring or connectors. I think it's here. I think I got it. Yeah. I'm gonna try and preserve this wiring. I think that wire goes here and then here. So I think if I just do that. There were only 2 connections and they were easy to disconnect. And once they were disconnected, I snaked them out with a bit of care and I was good to go. I think that's it. You gotta tell me what the project is. I also took this protective boot just in case mine was in worse condition. And after that, it was just bolts. There were 2 Torx bolts at each hinge and 1 at each strut. A second set of hands made it go a lot faster. At this point, the trip was already worth it. I saved at least a couple $100 by finding this at the junkyard. And since the volume knob on my current radio doesn't work, I snagged a control panel off of this one. Might work, might not, but for a few bucks, I'm gonna give it a shot. To try and squeeze even more value out of this trip, I checked to see if there were any Mark IV Golfs on the lot, and I found this one. Not only was it in my color, but it was also a 2-door. I thought about picking up this center console for my Golf. I currently don't have one in my car, but this one was partially broken and had some missing pieces, so I decided to pass on it. But this radio was intriguing. It would be an upgrade from what I currently have in my car, and for 50 bucks, I figured it was worth a shot. It only took like a minute to take it out.
Nope. Yes.
50 bucks, I hope it works. Then it was time to load the truck and head home. This was one of my more successful junkyard trips in a while. I do miss it, and maybe I'll make coming to the junkyard more of a habit. And when I got home, I almost had to make another trip to the junkyard by denting my Civic. I did not try to get this close, and I didn't plan to get this close. But I'm glad I didn't ruin the trunk of my Civic. So tomorrow, I'll try to solve the X5 starting issues with a new starter. So again, after I got everything back together, I went to start it, and the X5 wouldn't start. Put the new grounding cable on, still wouldn't start. Pulled out my OBD2 scanning tool. Everything was seeing good battery voltage. I watched it when I hit the ignition button and the battery voltage dropped, as it normally does. I did hear clicks, but the car didn't turn over. So I ordered a new starter. This car has never started particularly strong since I've owned it. And the previous owners got rid of it because of starting issues. I thought I was in the clear, but maybe I was just driving it in warm weather. We had a cold snap here, and I tried to start it on one of the coldest days. So I'm hoping the new starter fixes it. So I'm underneath the right side of the car, and I believe the starter lives right here. So I have to take off this bolt, and I think there's one a bit higher that I need to take off as well. So I was trying to get a lay of the land, and there is the starter right there. Got a heat shield covering it. I'm guessing that's the solenoid. One of the bolts is here, and there's another one farther up on the transmission. So here's the starter. I have to move that connector, but that means freeing this heat shield. But I do know it is connected on this side here. And I don't even know if I can get my socket on it, but I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm guessing that it is a 10mm. And guess what? A socket won't fit. This is from the back of the car looking toward the front, and there it is right there. So I'm gonna try and access it from this side. And this is a little ratcheting wrench. Uh-oh, it's acting like it wants to work. Let's see. Yep. Yeah, that lets me pull away the heat shield a good bit. And I think that'll let me get my finger in here, press down on that latch, and slide it off. Yeah, so it's mostly off. And there, that connector is off. It'll only stay out of the way though. So now I'm gonna remove that bolt. This does not give me much wiggle room, but let's see if it's enough. It is not much. Let's just see if a regular old wrench can get in there and get it off. Up, I almost have a winner. So I got it moving. Just needed to move a bit more. There it is. And now it is loose enough for me to just take it off. So there's that connection off. I'll go ahead and put the nut back on now. So this bolt here, yeah, it's an E12, and there's another one right here, right up here. So these wires, there's a little clip right here that I'm going to remove, and hopefully that'll let me get to the top one. Oh wait, I don't need to remove the clip. I just need to take the wires out of the clip. Oh, well, moving the clip is easy. Let's see, it is back here. Yeah, so that is going to be tricky. So you see that bundle of wires? It's just behind that. You see that? So I'm going to access it from over here with an extension socket and a ratchet. So I have this little extension on the back of my E12, and I believe I could just position it on the bolt. Yeah. So I got on the bolt. Let's see if I can crack it off. Ooh, there's not a lot of room there. Where is my universal when I need it? I know exactly where it is. It's at the storage unit. And put it on with it like this. Yeah. So now let's see if I can crack it. Nope. Need more leverage. But what I have never tried is this. Oh, it's basically acting as a long universal. I was thinking about going to pick one up. That cracked it. Let's see if I can back it out with this little ratchet, because it doesn't need much space. And yes, it's happening with this little itty bitty ratchet. A little universal extension would have worked wonders here. It was quicker for me to try and figure out how to do it with what I had than to either go buy one and go to the storage unit. I use them so infrequently. There's the view of the ratchet, how it's situated. And there's the bolt. So now let me go ahead and do this one. Is the stubby one still the best option? It is. No leverage, just clearance is needed. There we go. Let's see, are the bolts the same size? They are the same size. Let's see. Does that mean my friend is free? I hope it can get out this way. Wait a minute, is the top connected to it too? What I didn't know was that the heat shield was connected to it back here as well. It looked obvious, but it wasn't. So now I have to remove those nuts. In an effort to get to the nuts on the back of the starter a little easier, I decided to remove the wheel and see if that helped. Well, that only helped a little bit. So, little bitty ratchets it is. I'm gonna see if I can get it up there. This is not easy to get to. So, what I tried to do is I unfastened the one bolt that I had reinstalled on the starter up front, pulled it out and slanted it down to hopefully be able to get at that bolt and that bolt that are on that heat shield. We'll see if that gives me enough access. I'm able to get on it, but I'm not able to twist. It pains me to be able to see them so well, but not have access to them. I think I got the little itty bitty ratchet on it. I think I just broke it free. Had to hold it down to get the little socket on there. I think I just broke it free. I jostled it around a bit more, got the starter to drop just a little bit more, and now had a more direct access to it, and I should be able to spin it off now. Yes, I am just able to spin it off now. And then my reward for getting this one off is one more to go. One more to go. Let's hope I have better luck with that one. Same deal, I got the itty bitty ratchet up there. I was able to get it started. Yeah, these guys were not fun. Now the question is, how do we get the starter out? Am I making this harder than it needs to be? It's just a starter. All right, at least part of my problem was I didn't free it from that heat shield. So now I should be able to move it a little easier. So it looks like I just have to get it pushed that way far enough for this to clear this part of the transmission. And for me anyway, it's non-trivial. So I reached up and freed the oxygen sensor that was connected to this heat shield. So I'm gonna see if taking this out makes my life any easier. What? Okay. Now just a little more. Gotta take that out. Let's see. Is the starter free? Almost. Oh, come on. What are you hitting now? Finally. Marked as Bosch, so it very well could be the original starter. And those look like dead ringers to me. Let's see if getting it in is easier than taking it out. And this heat shield goes on like this. And I'm tempted to try and install it with the heat shield on it, but that would be a pain in the booty. I think it's a good idea to keep it on, so I'm just gonna try and put it on after I get the starter installed. That may be fun. There we go. And that looks like the way it's supposed to be. So now I'm just gonna see if I can get that heat shield back up there. I really hope this heat shield matters a lot. Itty bitty ratchet for the win again. I just wish I had itty bitty hands. After a bunch of false starts, finally got that nut started back on the starter to hold the heat shield on. But baby wrench can fall into baby places. And this took me a few minutes just to get a grip on it to get it out. And I don't even know if I can get it out. Now let's see if I can get the mount bolts back in. So I finally got it seated flush. Getting this bolt back in, let's see. I think I did it. Getting the top one started should be fun. I can feel the hole, but I can't see it. Let's see. Well, got it back home. I hope it's going in. Feels like it. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, now it feels like it. I'll push the starter up onto it a bit. Ooh, fingertip strength and endurance is being built right now. So that's not the final torque, but I did get it torqued till it stopped. Now just to drive this bottom one in. There's just enough room to get this socket on there, so now I'm gonna tighten it down. Ooh, and there is not a lot of room. All right. Let's connect this thing. Not much room. All right, it is electrically connected. Still have to fasten the heat shields, but this is enough for me to test if the issue I was having was because of the starter. I checked the battery voltage. It's still good. Let's see if this thing comes to life. That is the strongest start this car has ever had since I've owned it. It didn't auto right because, of course, all this is disconnected. But I think the starter was just slowly dying. And sadly, I have a coolant leak again. I don't know whether I damaged something, missed something, or something changed. The level up here appears to be the same or just slightly lower. What I'll do is pressurize the system again and see what's going on. But at least the car starts now, and technically I could drive it even with the leak. But I think I'm gonna dive into whatever that leak is before I button all the engine bay back up. I'll catch you next time. So the X5 is leaking coolant again. So today's goal is to find the source of the new leak. I'm gonna pressurize the system and see what we have. This has to be a new leak or something I missed, because before it was leaking from farther back. This is right up front. Maybe radiator or something. I mean, when I went to bed last night, it was a slow drip. I put the paper towel down, but now it's coming down pretty fast. So hopefully this is just something obvious. It was likely leaking faster because I took this cap off. This area is right above the leak. The reservoir is here, it's right here. I don't see anything else that is obviously wet. I see some moisture down there, and I believe that is water pump area. And that is right above where the drips are coming. So I put my phone down there, did a bit of looking around, and it looks like a leak is coming from the water pump. So I will likely be replacing the water pump. But I am going to do a bit of digging just to make sure it's not a loose tube, but it looks like the water pump. It doesn't look like it's that hard to get to. It looks like there's plenty of space. So now I got to drain the coolant. Something else I need to work on is this. I picked up a new deck lid at the junkyard, and this is really the only body damage this car has. So I'm going to try and swap it in right now. So I need to remove these screws. So I'm going to hold this back with a bungee cable and one of these handy dandy little things that the X5 has. Good enough, eh? I thought that was kind of clever. The good thing about taking things off at the junkyard is you learn how things go together. So I'm going to take off all these screws. And this is the last one. And I know from the junkyard I can separate this. Oh wow, that's already kind of separated. Like that. Wait a minute, is this already... It's already broken? Yeah, all of these were broken already. So those screws were the only thing holding this one on. That's unfortunate. Man, if I go back to the junkyard, I might get this section. So I know I have to take this off. Actually, I don't have to remove that side, but I definitely have to take this side out. This is different than the one at the junkyard because I remember there being two connections and I only see one. So let's take this off and see what we got. Looking back, I could have just counted the number of wires coming out of the connector that was coming from the trunk. Or maybe there is just that one connector. Well, let's give it a shot and see. Let's see if this is the only one. Let's see, how does this free itself? Ooh, this may be different than the one at the junkyard because that seems to be the only connector. The one from the junkyard does have two connectors, but that one seems to be the same. So I'm gonna keep going. So fishing this one out will be easier than fishing the other one out because it's just that one to be concerned with. All right, so now it should just be bolts that I have to remove. So there are 4 bolts that can be removed with the T30, 2 here, and 2 here. And there's one on each strut that I'm removing with a T40. And I forgot about that snap back action. I'm glad I was out of the way. Out with the old. Just to protect the new one a little bit. Go like this. Yeah. In with the new. Stay there. Yeah. I got all the bolts from the junkyard. I'm gonna take those out and reuse the bolts I had because I stripped one of the ones at the junkyard. Line these guys up. One on this side and one on this side. All right, I'm gonna do everything kind of loose to make sure I can get everything in. Then I'm gonna tighten it down. And now this one. Had to lift up on it a bit. Come on, buddy. All right, let's see how hard it is to pull this out. Oh, it's not that hard. Not that hard at all. Ooh, but I may need some assistance screwing it in. Ah, nice. All right. Now, I have only ever taken these out. I've never reinstalled them. So let's hope it doesn't get snagged along the way. And I cannot see it. Ah, there it is. There it is. Uh-oh. Did get snagged. I think I got it. All right, cool. Cool. The little clip, did it make it out? It did. Clip first, connect later. Spot for the clip. The connector reaches. Now all we need it to do is connect. And it does. Now, as far as what this did, I don't know, but that's probably a difference between the 07s and the 2013 E70s. Or 2012s, whatever the junkyard one was. It's a 2012, I don't know if there's any differences between mine and that, but... And this guy... Wait a minute. Did the other one have that? No, the other one didn't have this piece. It just had this. So I'm gonna take the quick way out and get rid of this guy. Aha, now it'll go in. And that is the way it's supposed to seal. So now I'm just gonna tighten down the hinge bolts and put the panel on. And I'm gonna do the final tighten by hand because I did strip some at the junkyard. Let's see if it closes. It's not latching. And the bottom is catching this lip. So I am going to adjust it up a little bit. So I'm going to loosen these bolts. And this needs to shift up like that. All right, I'm tighten them back down. One on each side to start. All right, let's see. And it doesn't hit the bottom. That side latched. I don't think this side latched. And it releases. All right. So I wonder why that side isn't latching. Probably because this car sustained some trauma on this side at one point. So now it's functioning, but this left side doesn't latch. I don't know if there's an adjustment I can make to make that happen. But let's see if there is. Ah, yes. This is on a slotted bracket, so I can adjust it out just a little bit. So what I'm going to do is close it, make sure that it latches, and then tighten it down. Or I can try something else. Or I can just put it in and see if closing it, it does. And now just tighten it in like that. That was a good idea, Matt. Until I dropped the bolt. All right, let's try that again. Humility. Humility is the word for the day. Still a good idea though. Oh boy, I'm nervous about dropping this one. It doesn't even want to. Oh. All right, let's see if it latches and unlatches properly now. Wait a minute. Hey, both sides latched. And it's nice and tight. Let's test it again. Now that is a snug fit. Maybe it should just latch by doing that, but now I know how to adjust it if that becomes an issue for me. But I'm happy it works now. And that means I can put this back on. And I'm going to briefly reconnect the battery to see if the electrical bits work. All right, let's see. Hot damn. They work. All right, so I'm gonna put all the trim back on. Some of the clips are intact, but most of them aren't. Part of my problem is some of the old clips are stuck in here. Yeah, that was stuck in there, and there's another one stuck on the other side. No wonder it wouldn't go in. So now, all I gotta do is line it up, and it should snap right in. Look at that. Look at that. Sitting nice and flush. Now all I have to do is reinstall the screws. Actually, that, for whatever reason, wasn't as hard to latch back. That looks a lot better with a good wash. This will be fantastic. Dadgummit, I disconnected the battery. I'm not gonna do that again. I wanted to see if replacing this would make my volume knob work, but it looks like there are differences between the 07 and the 2013 that will not allow me to install this. So if I'm ever back at the junkyard and it's still intact, I may grab the rest of the radio just to see, but if not, it doesn't affect taking this car on trips. When I got this X5, these were the headlights. And I must admit, the blacked out look can look pretty cool sometimes, but this particular application severely reduced nighttime visibility, so I had to do something about it. And when I looked at the price of new ones, I decided to see what I can do with these. Yeah, of course, I could have gone used, but all the used ones I saw, I was going to sand and re-clear anyway. So I started to play with ways to get the tint off, and I found that I could chip away with it with a blade. So I just dug in. Even though I'm not finished with this headlight, the visibility difference is drastic compared with the other one. You can see so much better on the left side. To start getting this film, this paint off, I just did this. I started on a corner somewhere, and then I was just able to come in with the blade and get it off. It's not adhering very well to the lens. So I'm just gonna continue with this one until it's all gone and then move on to the next one. As I get closer to the edge, I want to make sure I protect it, because as I swipe down, I sometimes ding into the bumper. So I am going to put in a little painter's tape just to protect it a bit. And if it's intact, I'll leave this for when I start polishing. All right, so I finally got all the tint / paint off of this headlight. This area and this area, for whatever reason, were very difficult. This probably because of the angle, and I don't know why this area was so difficult, but it's done. So now I'm gonna prep the other side and do the same thing. Now, part of me, since I haven't masked off, wants to just sand through all of this paint. Another part of me wants to use some sort of solvent. I'm nervous about using a solvent because it can still get to some of this paint that I don't want to get to. So I'm thinking about this. The blade was tedious, but it worked. I don't know, maybe I'll just use the blade again. So how did I get the other side started? Well, it wasn't masked off all the way. So I just kind of got under an edge and it's starting to come. And it really comes off pretty fast. It's just the little bits that take forever. There we go. And we're off. Just like that. So, after being very patient and listening to podcasts, I finally got 99.327% of the spray tint off. There's a little bit up here that I'm hoping I'll get with the sandpaper or whatever abrasive wheel I use to prep the headlights. But yeah, for the first time ever, this car does not have tinted headlights. Since this is the worst one, I'm gonna start sanding it with 400 grit to see if I can get a uniform finish. And it looks like it's gonna be possible. So I'm gonna hit it dry, then I'm gonna hit it wet. Yeah, I think it's gonna be all right. Now it's wet. Get it a little bit wetter. There we go. Let's see what this looks like. Now I still see a lot of those cracks and scratches. So I'm gonna hit it with some 320. Get at some of those scratches. Then I'll have to come back with the 400. But yeah, there's some scratches that I would like to get by. Now, some of these scratches were there before, but I am certain I made these scratches with my blade. That's unfortunate, but that's what we're dealing with now. A lot of these are shallow scratches. Just go over them a few times and they're gone. So maybe that's the case over here too. No, those scratches didn't disappear. They just got filled with dust. Now I could probably jump straight to the 600 grit, but I'm gonna give it another once over with the 400. Now this is wet. This is wet. Now there is, it's not scratches, but it looks like deep cracks or starring. So I may hit it some more with the 400, but we're getting there. Got a fresh 400. Now I'm hitting it with the 600 grit. And I just have a cup of water that I'm dipping the sandpaper in. I don't know. Maybe a little better with the water. Maybe a little better with the water. I'm gonna hit it some more with the 600. I swear with the water, it feels like the sandpaper is just kind of gliding over the headlight. But maybe that's what it's supposed to be doing. Now let's see what that 2000 grit does. Oh no, that's the best it's looked. Still not super clear, but way better than before. Let's see what it looks like when it's dry. I still see some scratches. Oh, it feels a lot smoother anyway. Another round with the 2000. It's actually starting to look good. No matter what happens from this point on, I'm certain it is going to be way better than it was when I started. So I'm feeling a little better about it in that regard. I didn't feel like waiting for the 2K Clear to ship to my house, so I found some about 35 minutes away. So I hopped into Mark IV Golf and went to get some. So this is a parts store in the town I used to work in, and most of the CarQuests have turned into Advanced, but this one is still branded as CarQuest. And I remember I used to be a flagship chaser when it comes to cell phones, and I remember I was walking out of the store with some parts one day and I dropped my phone, and this phone had been dropped a million times, but this time the screen went black and it went unresponsive and it wouldn't start. So like, I'm not saying I have a traumatic memory of this place, but it will always be ingrained in my memory that this is the place where I lost a phone that I really, really liked. I think it was the LG G3 maybe. That was a great phone. I'm back with the 2K Clear, and you can already tell that this one is in much better condition. So I'm just gonna hit it with 400, 600, then 2000, and then see what it looks like. So that's after the 400, 600. This is after the 600, 2000. That's the first pass with the 2000, and it looks so much better than the other side. I wonder if someone tried to restore these previously and did them differently. Anyway, all right, so that's the final pass with the 2000 on this side, and it makes me want to hit the other side again to see if I can get it closer to this. Now, I'm not going to go crazy with it, but that's a lot better. I don't know, maybe it's just the lighting from that corner to over here. But in any event, I'm going to hit it one more time. I guess hitting it again might have helped, but I'm not sure. Anyway, that's all I'm going to do to it. I'm going to mask it off and see what we got. Let's try this. All right, this one's masked off, and it actually wasn't that bad. I thought it wasn't gonna be a good idea, but it actually worked out pretty good. And I may add a little something there, but getting closer. I think I cut this bag a different way. And this cutout around the headlight doesn't have to be perfect because I already have the other tape there. This is just to mask off the rest of the area. So since I didn't damage the existing tape while I sanded, it still will mask off the fine edges, but I can get the new tape really, really close anyway. And I could have touched up the original tape before putting the trash bag on if I wanted to. All right, both sides are masked off. I'm a bit nervous because I've never done this before. I mean, I know it's gonna be better than having those blacked out ones, but it's still a bit nerve-wracking. I'm gonna wipe it down with alcohol and read the instructions on how to spray it. This is the final wipe down with isopropyl alcohol. I'm gonna wipe it down a couple times. This side looks so much better. And while that dries, I'm gonna go prepare the can. Shake it upright for 2 minutes, flip it, pop this little bottom thing with this cap, shake it 2 more minutes, and then spray. 2-minute timer. So that 2 minutes of shaking is done. See that little thing there? I think this is how you do this. Did that do it? I'm pretty sure I got it. Another 2 minutes. What if I didn't get this pushed all the way in and then I sprayed the headlights? I wonder what would happen. So this is still the wet clear coat, and I am a bit nervous because if you look, you see the little cloudiness right through the center. I'm thinking it's going away as it starts to cure, but we'll see. I think I put plenty on there, so I'm not gonna try and add any more. And this is the other one, and yeah, and the haziness has started to go away as well, but I'm just gonna let it cure and keep my fingers crossed that this actually worked. But heck, even this is better than it was, but that is actually pretty nice. I really hope that cloudiness goes away because the rest of it looks fantastic. But anyway, I'm not gonna touch it. I'm gonna go do something on the Golf. Since I got 42 hours on that 2K clear, I might come and try and knock these out. But these are a lot cheaper to purchase, so I might just get some new cool ones. And it looks like somebody might have already tried to do something on these. Anyway, I'm gonna price those, but that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, sorry. And at some point I'm gonna have to address this. This just started happening in the last few months. I may get some paint mix and respray the hood. That is actually starting to look pretty good. But anyway, that's not what I'm here for. I picked up this at the junkyard. Now, I would be stoked if this junkyard radio actually worked for my car. Gotta find an alternative place to store my registration because this new one is a double dead. And maybe I'll install this in the truck because the truck still has a cassette player. And it's looking like a different plug. Yeah, it's all different. Yeah, this is what came out of the other Mark IV. It's a newer one. This is a 99, which is a weird year for the Mark IVs. Yeah, completely different. Wait a minute. It's the right number, but it doesn't look like the right size. I'm doing a quick search to get a double DIN that is similar to this, I'm gonna spend at least $100. With the wiring stuff that I have in the garage, might as well try and modify the harness and hook it up. Let's see if it even fits. Oh yeah, that's gonna fit nicely. For my little beat 'em up golf, I think that'd be a nice little upgrade. So I think it may be worth it to spend 20 or 30 minutes modifying the harness. So let's see if we can go do that. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 connectors. Let's see how many is over here. Because this is what's hooked up to the car now. Eesh, going into here is 1, 2, 3, 18 connectors. Does this have that many more features? But anyway, since that wasn't a quick swap, I'll come back to that in another video. Let's get back to the X5. I think it is dry enough to take off now, so let's see how we did. One thing I think I would do differently is I would spray one coat, wait 10-15 minutes, and then spray another pretty thick coat. But other than that, I am generally pretty pleased with this. When I think about what I started with, I am super pleased with these results. So much so that I can see myself doing this again. But it will be so much faster and easier not having to deal with that spray-on tint. My water pump is going to be delivered today, so I'm gonna go ahead and take it off to get ready. I already took off the intake stuff to try and find the leak, so I just left it off, and I'm gonna remove this bar. I don't know if it's necessary, but I can already tell it's gonna be in my way a good bit, so I'm gonna do that first. Just so there's no question as to what bolts go where. And of course, this sensor needs to come off. And this one as well. Same sort of push, pull sort of connector. Now I'm going to remove the upper radiator hose, pulling out this clip. Don't get stuck on me, come on. You're supposed to want to come out. See if I have better luck. Both hands. Here we go. You've been in there a while, haven't you? I'll have to look at this one a bit. There we go. There. Let's see, is there a good way to pry this off? Finally. That was a tough one to get off. And this little tube up top, I'm gonna see if I can get it off without too much trouble. This little tube doesn't want to come off either. I hope this is not indicative of things to come. Finally got it moving. And the only reason to take that off is so that I can sit this up out of the way. That reveals another connection here that I'm hoping doesn't give me as much trouble as the previous two. And it looks like it isn't. You can sit this out of the way now. There is a spot where you can put a T60 Torx bit. And it is right there. And I'm going to do that now to release the tensioner. You'll see the tensioner move, and then that will allow me to pull the belt off of it, and then I can remove it. I had to get a ratchet with a longer handle because this tensioner is pretty strong. So I'm going to rotate it clockwise, and now I can slide the belt off. Well, I'm sliding it off of the water pump first, and then the tensioner. And with it off those two pulleys, I can take it off of all the others. Actually, do I need to take it off the others? I'm gonna leave it there and see if it gets in the way. A good time to remove this sensor since it's still anchored, and I'm removing it with a 22mm socket. Comes off pretty easily. There we go. Another hose to remove. Let's see if I can get it off with not as much trouble with the way it looks. Looks like it's gonna give me trouble as well. Actually, it's moving pretty good. I believe this is where the thermostat lives. I got a new thermostat on the way too. A bunch of wiggling is what worked. And that gives access to yet another tube that is right there. Same sort of connector. There we go. And this is what it looks like out in the open. I just pulled this clip out, and that is what allowed it to come off. Then I removed the water pump pulley. Yeah, comes off pretty easily. To get better access to some of the bolts holding in the water pump, I'm going to remove the tensioner pulley with a 16mm socket. And there it is. And the best I can tell, there are 5 bolts with 10mm heads holding it in, and the 3 over here are pretty easy to get to. Of the 3 I just removed, 1 is a different length. This is the one that was closest to the top of the water pump. Over here, behind the last connector we took off. I thought for sure I dropped that one. I tried a couple of things for the last bolt, but what I ended up settling on was just a regular 10mm wrench. So I was able to get a 10mm on it like that. Cracked it free. Now I'm just gonna back it out. So I think that 1 bolt is backed all the way out. Let's see if I can get the water pump off now. Now I gotta pull it out of these 2 tubes up top. And if that's not out, it's almost out. Yeah, it comes right out. I'm going to pause right here and tell you straight up, I do not know how it came out so easily. You're going to see why when I try and put the water pump back in. It seemed like it would go back in the same way, but I struggled with it. And there is just enough space for this to get in there. And I like to look for evidence of leaks, and there may be some, but none that are gross and obvious. The only thing I do notice is that the gasket may have run its course. It is flat and it does not protrude beyond the metal anymore. And thankfully, there are no signs of leaking at the 2 new spots that I worked on when I replaced the pipe. The pipe that goes into here was replaced, and I put a new O-ring in here. I'm happy about that. Yeah, this gasket is not that pliable anymore. See, it shouldn't do that. Everything still looks good here. I have to do minimal cleaning, which is nice. No evidence of leaks under there. Some areas I just worked on, I don't see anything. So that makes me feel good. That makes me feel really good. The new water pump arrived, new thermostat. I do have to take those bolts off to attach this to that. And you can see how on the new water pump, the gasket protrudes beyond the metal, I don't know, a millimeter or so. Yeah, just over time, the gaskets become less pliable and are not as good at doing their job as they should be. So let's go ahead and put these in. I'll torque these down to, again, 10-ish foot-pounds, but I'm pretty certain this would seal as it is because the gasket is fully compressed. Easy enough. This is leftover installation grease from the coolant tube that I did. So I'm going to apply some grease to these O-rings just to make my life a little bit easier. Heck, and why not to these as well? Why not try and make it easier on myself? Yao Ming. Alright, so as far as I'm concerned, this is prepped. I'm just going to make sure the engine side is nice and clean. This is actually pretty clean, but it can always use a good wipe down. That's what I'm going to give it. What I am going to do is position that bottom screw ahead of it in hopes that that will let it go home. And of course I just dropped it. And this is when I hit a snag. I thought the bottom bolt would go in as easy as it came out, but it didn't. I tried different angles and tried to jiggle it in, but I just couldn't get it in. I thought about using a grounded down bolt to give me just an extra millimeter or two so that I could install it this way, but then I thought better of it because I wanted as much thread engagement as the original bolt. You know what? I should have done this from the beginning. These 8 bolts hold the crankshaft pulley to the crankshaft. I believe I used a T45 to crack them loose. All I did was loosen the crankshaft pulley just enough so that I have the space right here. So now I should be able to install the water pump straight away. Let's see. But I'm still going to put this bolt in to begin with. Oh man, it goes right in now. There we go. And I should have room. Yes, I do have room to install the little bolt on the bottom. start all these by hand because I get nervous about stripping these threads. I think that's it. Now I will use my torque wrench to torque all of them except for the one on the bottom. I just did it by feel because of time. Pop this sensor back on. Now I gotta tighten the crankshaft pulley back. Before I put the pulleys back on, I am going to reconnect these hoses. Now I can go ahead and throw the pulley back on.
That's in their neighbors.
I wasn't able to hold the pulley securely enough to torque the bolts down, so I needed to remember to come back and do that later. It's the next morning and I am picking up where I left off. I'm gonna tighten down these. Again, these get to tighten to 10-ish foot-pounds, and I will touch them up after this. Now I'm going to reinstall the tensioner. See if I can get this belt back around the tensioner. Is that it? That's almost it. Almost it. That should be it. So now it's just this big hose. Put some silicone on the fitting. Let's see if that helps. There we go. All right, so the other one's getting silicone too. Just a little. Just a little. Nice. And with that, the coolant loop is now closed. And I guess I can reconnect this. And where's the other one? Ah, it's right here. I'm glad I've checked. Make sure the drain plug is reinserted. I usually miss and spill that. I got lucky. The instructions say fill it to the top of the filler neck, and I am doing just that. I really hope I don't have any leaks. It is slowly dropping. I'm only about 30 seconds in and it's dropping. So we have a small leak somewhere. And this is why you do tests like this. There is a leak right here, right up top. And I can't tell if it's coming from the big tube or the little tube. I've stuck my phone up under both tubes and it looks like it's coming from the big tube. And this is exactly why I usually fill up with distilled water first, but I was confident that it was going to be fine. So now I have to drain all that fresh coolant and look for a new radiator hose. But before I go buy another one, I'm just going to make sure that the one that I have in there is the problem. But there are 2 spots locally that have it. I swear, it's like this thing doesn't want me to drive it. So I removed the hose, took the O-ring out, and it looked good. I do not know why it was leaking. So I reinstalled it, and it was still leaking. So I looked for a new hose. All right, got this part off. This one is a little harder to get to. This clip is back here. Let's see what. Oh, now it doesn't want to come off easily. Finally wiggling its way off. And the little one is back over in here. And I am struggling to see how to get a good angle. It has the same kind of clip, but you have to pull it down. Okay, so I finally got this one out, and very rarely do I get frustrated because I like tinkering and figuring stuff out is fun. But frustration ensued as I realized this wasn't going to pop straight off. And usually the smaller diameter stuff comes off easier. But anyway, it's off now. All right, let's hope everything goes on a little easier. This is the new one. And of course, I'm gonna start with the one that gave me the most trouble. Doesn't want to go on easy either. Tried some WD-40 on the new O-ring. Let's see if that helps. I really had to muscle this one on. It's an awkward angle as well. Oh, got it on. All right. I'm trying a different hose clamp. The other one is still on there, so if it leaks, I can move it. I like this style better. The coolant loop is again close. But this time, I'm not gonna pressurize it. I have been battling with it enough today. I'm just gonna fill it up with water, let it sit. If it doesn't leak, I'm gonna start the car and see if it causes any leaks. And I got a new cap. Found out that my cap had some damage and some modifications. Look at the difference in these two caps. The one on the right is the old one, obviously, and I have no idea how it sustained that damage. And it's missing an O-ring. They had another O-ring installed in the wrong location. So I'm glad I took a closer look and decided to replace it. You know, this supermarket distilled water, they could just tell me it's drinking water and I wouldn't know the difference. But the container says distilled, so I trust it. I heard a gush from underneath. Your boy forgot to put in the plug. So I'm just gonna wipe up all the coolant and water that I've spilled throughout the day, then let it sit overnight. See if I get any leaks before I pressurize it. I'm happy to say that after weeks of being out of service, the X5 is back on the road, although it is not issue-free quite yet. The first thing most people think to do if you have a tail light or a brake light out is to just replace the bulb. So when the center brake light on the E70 was out, I was like, this will be simple, I'll just replace the bulb. But it doesn't have a bulb, it's a LED array. So I ordered one and decided to replace it. And that meant removing the rear wing. So I popped the trim off and removed all the nuts holding the wing to the hatch. Not knowing what I was in for, I carefully lifted the rear wing and looked underneath to see what I needed to do to remove the center brake light. That's when I saw 3 screws that I needed to take out to free the light. And then I had to disconnect 2 connections. One was a tube and one provided voltage to the light. I have no idea what this does. But this one looks easy. Has a little tab there and I'm just gonna squeeze it. There we go, and it's out. The new one looks just like it, so I am gonna try and throw it back in. But once I plug it up, I'm gonna test it and see if it actually comes on. Yeah, only this is an electrical connection, so I'm gonna plug it up and see if we have action. And I had no action, so I was gonna have to dig deeper to see what was going on. So months later, when it was much colder and snow was on the ground, I decided to revisit it to see if I could find the source of the issue. Since I knew I was going to be working around the hatch to try and find the problem, I decided to clean it out a bit. This car sat in someone's backyard for months before I bought it, and I have never really cleaned it. So to make my work environment a bit better, I decided to clean it off a little bit. Once the area was sort of clean, I pulled the wing off again and started to investigate. So it looks like that connector right there, if I get on the end of that and see if it's getting voltage, I should have my answer as to whether the LED is gone bad or the problem is elsewhere. There were 3 Phillips screws, 1, 2, 3 that I took out, and that tube there running to the center, don't know what it is. I don't think it's an electrical connection, but I'm gonna take that out and see what we're working with. I removed it and I still don't know what it does. I wonder what's going on with this wing. I would like to think that yellow stuff is not OEM. I'm gonna test this to make sure this is working. I think this is one that I tried to replace the original one with, and I hope this is the right polarity. Let's see. All right, it works. Did you see that? All right, so now I gotta see why the car isn't giving it any voltage. I have some wires plugged into where the center brake light connects, some leads running down and up to this multimeter. So I'm gonna go press the brakes and see if anything happens. I tried a couple of times making sure I had good contact in the plug, and this was the result every time. Nothing. It's not getting voltage, so I'm gonna trace this wire in and see if there's a break anywhere. It looks like it comes through somewhere right around here. And unless there is some sort of change, it's 2 white wires. And it appears that those white wires are in here. Yeah, so it comes through there, goes through here. Where does it go from here? It looks like it goes in here, and that is why I had this off previously. Let's see if there are any white wires that show up in here. And I don't see any. So that's that tube I was worried about. I'm still looking for where those wires end up. Well, if that's the tube, then these must be the wires. They have to be. And we can test for them. So I got my slightly better multimeter with this continuity check, so I can hook one end to one end of the wire and the other here, and that lets me know if there's continuity. So what I'm hoping for, oh, I can still see them. Oh wait, I just got an idea. I ran the wires through here, I have the wires inserted into where the LED is connected, test leads coming out and into here, and I can check to see if these are indeed the wires. And I think they are. So that's one of them. I'm gonna swap it over. All right, so we know that at least to here, it is connected to where the LED plugs in. So now we need to check the other side. How do I unplug this though? Oh, I see, I might be able to test these on the back side there. Ooh, it's a tight fit. Let's see. That's one. And that's the other. So we're good on both sides of this. Let's keep going. And that is a solid, I'm gonna call that yellow wire and a black with a yellow stripe wire. Or maybe that's a brown wire and a black with a yellow stripe wire. In any event, they show up over here. Yeah, these are them and they show up here. So this comes in here and perhaps taking this panel off will reveal where they are. But a lot of movement happens up here. So perhaps I should look at this and see if they're all intact. There's not much I can see, but I can try and scrunch this down to see if any conductors are compromised. Best I can tell, this group of conductors comes through here, goes through here, and then shoots up toward the front. And I cannot figure out a good way to get at them without taking everything apart. So when I feel around to the groups of wires that come along the back side of this, some of them are connected to the windshield. So I thought about taking the whole wiring harness out, but I don't want to mess with the windshield. So, still trying to figure out how I'm going to tackle this. I really want the problem to be here. That will make things nice and easy. I do see that the black and yellow striped one kind of makes a hard turn. So I did some disassembling and took a panel off to see if I could trace the bundle of wires a little farther. Yeah, so the bundle, it comes through here. Make sure that's the right bundle. Yep. Comes down and it's in this gang of wires. And these don't feel like they ever move. Yeah, this is more than I bargained for. I'm trying to figure out another way to get that third brake light working. So I feel like I'm missing things. I feel like these should plug up to something right here, and it's missing because I don't see where these could plug up into anything. I don't know what my way forward is, but I'm gonna put everything back together and try and figure out what I want to do about getting the third brake light working. I needed inspiration and ideas, so I knew exactly what to do. Well, today I'm going back to the junkyard to find more parts for the X5. Another X5 at the junkyard. Somebody got to this one. It looks like they took the whole head. Let's see if the stuff I need in the back is still there. Yeah, and it's empty. I do not know why I like the junkyard so much. This is the first time I realized that my screws holding in my third brake light are not OEM. And yeah, all that stuff on mine, yeah, that's not the way it's supposed to be either. That's what I need right here. I remembered everything except my screwdriver. I still don't know what this is. That looks a bit different. Let's see, will it come through here? Maybe not. There we go. These are pretty sweet, and for a while this was my nephew's favorite car. So I didn't get it on camera, but there was an 08 X5 and I got the lower part of the radio out of the X5 because my volume knob doesn't work. Hopefully this works. And of course, pick this up for my third brake light solution. I might browse a little bit, but so far it was a good day at the junkyard. And I am just eager to see if this works. The knob seems to be in worse condition than mine. Maybe I can replace it, but this doesn't work. So I'm gonna see if this one does a little better. I think that lets me pull this out. All right, I heard us pop, but no cracks. And that's what I want to replace right there. Heard something spinning in the DVD player, and it's this. Wow, it must have been in there forever. It's the onboard nav system. So there are 3 tabs here, here, and here holding this in. You can almost lift it up and pull it out, but I'm going to have to press them a bit to get them to free this. That's all of them off. And the only thing that there is to disconnect is this ribbon cable right here. And I'm just going to pull up on this little section here like that, and that releases the ribbon. So I release the ribbon, and now this is free. So I'm just going to plug in the new one and see if it works. All right, let's see if the volume works now.
Current moment of being like black energy.
It does work.
And they see one of their neighbors, and he's outside
Doing
with
hair.
all his stuff on the sidewalk.
Oh,
All right, so now what does the pushing it do?
Moment where I was like,
That's mute.
get blasted
All right,
to a wall.
so this is the one I'm going to use.
But
Yeah,
there are
boy.
moments in the film-
With the radio working better, it was time to think about what I wanted to do about the center brake light. I think I know what I want to do with the X5. As long as I can verify that the third brake light is on the same circuit as the other brake lights, I can just run a wire to it. Because I went to the junkyard and got another plug, so all the original wiring will stay in place. I just run a new one alongside it in hopes that that fixes everything. So that means taking everything apart again. But before I go tearing everything apart, I'm going to check things along the way. So this is the new wiring from the junkyard with the old LED. I'm just gonna make sure that this setup doesn't work. Okay, so it's not working. Now I'm gonna go make sure that this is working. Okay, so the original light that I took out actually works as well. So I can troubleshoot on this one before I go tearing everything apart. So now the game is to figure out which of these is the brake light and which is just a nighttime tail light. This may be easier than I first thought. Those 2 terminals there go to that, which is one of the lights that illuminates when you press the brake. So I just have to tap into that, and it's nice that it's already a removable terminal. So I'm gonna take out the housing to see if I can get at it a little better. And it looks like it's only 3 nuts. Is that it? Yep. So there's the yellow and there's the green. I'm assuming this is positive and that this is negative. I had some piggyback terminals on hand, but they were the wrong size. They were slightly too big. So I was going to either have to modify them or come up with another solution. Before I continued, I wanted to make sure that I had selected positive and negative correctly. So I put some alligator clips on the terminals and watched the voltage while I hit the brakes a few times. And I guessed right. I just got lucky. So after a few checks, I decided I'm going to make my own piggyback connection. Because again, I did not want to modify the OEM wiring. So these female terminals will plug on to the original spot on the taillight assembly. The original wiring will connect here and here, and this long section will run up to the third brake light. I should be able to connect this and have all the function that I previously had. So let's test that. I'm gonna tighten up these connections a little bit. The other one's a bit loose. Run the new wires through. Put one nut on just in case I have to go back in here and do anything. And I did not want to cut this. I was hoping I could just plug this up and it worked, but I will be cutting it. Sadness. And that should let me pull these out. It doesn't. So I will just have to undo all this sheeting and make it easier to get out. I guess leaving that won't harm anything. Strip these ends. So the green is the positive, and the side with the notch one side has a little notch in it, that is the negative, if I remember correctly. So if I hooked up everything right, when I press the brake, this should come on. Well, it didn't come on. Did I hook them? Well, I didn't even hook this up to the other side. All right, let's try that again. I was like, dang, I thought I did everything right. So the negative was the green, was this light color. Positive was this one. Well, I was about to be very disappointed in myself. All right, here we go. Let's try that again. Now, that is what I was expecting. Now the game is to see how I'm going to route it. Ideally, I route it the same way all the OEM wiring is. That means coming up through here, oh wow, to here and all the way through. So I'm going to leave this in there, but I'm going to replace this. So let's go for it. I'm going to spend some time heat shrinking the ends the same way the OEM ones are. I'm pretty much going to do heat shrink the whole length of it, maybe with a few gaps. But you get the idea. So there it is, the full length is going to run from the left side brake light to the center brake light. So technically that's all I need to disconnect, but I do need to find a way to route the wire through. So I think I'm just going to poke a hole in the original grommet because I can preserve this sheathing, and frankly I can't think of another way to do it. But I am going to wipe down this area just because it's so dirty. I don't know when it will ever be accessed again. That's a lot better. It's not perfect, but that is a lot better. Getting in there, I'm going to need some other attachments, sprayers or something. But anyway, let's keep going. I feel like I'm performing surgery. Pinch a little bit. Make sure I'm not getting any other conductors. Make a little hole. All right, that's gonna be hard to fish it through there, but that is the point. Even though I had already stripped these ends, I cut them again to make it easier to shove through there. All right, so let's see. So I just made a slit and shoved those wires in there. It's gonna be tough to pull them through, but that's gonna be good. Yeah, they're sliding through. So let's see if we can make this connection. Yeah, we can connect it. Well, I hope this works. I will have to come back and maybe put some electrical tape or something like this over this one, but I just want to make sure it works. Everything lined up? Not quite. Hindsight 2020, I would have cut some of this off and then I would have just had to connect to that. But lesson learned. Now I have to find a way to get this through here. I should have ran that before I did this. I wanted to make sure it worked. So I don't know if I can go up that way, but let's see if we can go down. There it is. All right, and why did I do that again? Oh yeah. So I can fish this through and pull the other wire through. So now that's fished through. So hopefully I can get the whole thing through. So I snaked all three into this heat shrink. I'm hoping that provides enough bite to pull this wire through. It just might. All right, I made it this far. All right, now I just need to get through this thing. Ha! It just made it. It just made it. All right. Actually, the OEM path is up through here. Is that an easy path? Somehow I got it up here. Now let's just connect everything. So again, these can stay connected because they're not connected to anything. So now we just have to connect these two, button everything up, and we're done. One last check, because I want to put spade terminals on these, but I want to mismatch them so that if anybody ever has to come in here, you can't flip-flop positive and negative. So let's go see the light comes on. That made me feel really good. I am going to put one male and one female over here and the same over there. All right. And I will call that good enough. So what's your name?
My name is Arlene.
Arlene, I'm Mac. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Matt. Nice to meet you, too. I'll bring my car over so you can work on it.
Please do. Still don't know the best way to put these on. So this is the first time in a long time all that trim has been back on, because I was always gonna troubleshoot the third brake light. But now it's working. One final check to make sure that this and that is working. That was one of the final things I had to do to make sure that they could get inspected when that came due. I'm happy about that. I still got to do the adhesive that's on the front, but that should be easy. And tomorrow, I'll be back at the shop with the CRX. Y'all take care. My plan today is to work on the X5. That adhesive from the old clear bar I removed needs to be taken off, and then I can wash it and install the emblem. So I have a couple of things I want to try to get this adhesive off in an efficient manner. Of course, I got goo on and goo off, but I also got a rubber wheel. Did some research and that should help. I'm going to wet it down good and go for it. So this is the goof off. Matter of fact, I'm going to spray it on a larger area. All right, so you see the adhesive right there. Now I could just do this all day. If I wanted to be here all day, that might actually work. But, all right, it's soaked a good bit. We'll see how on this little section, how this rubber wheel works. So it's softened a little. I think the rubber is coming off the wheel. I'm gonna hit this section. Wait a minute, that might be working great. Can't really tell. What I do know is that the rubber is coming off the wheel. While I tried the rubber wheel, it's hard for me to see what I'm doing with all the rubber there that comes off. Even though it's gonna be tedious, I'll just take my time and do this in sections. It's gonna take longer, but it definitely works, especially after soaking it in the goof off or the goo gone. It's just gonna take a while. Bit by tedious bit. There has got to be a better way. This is goo gone, which isn't gooey like the goof off. So I guess I kind of gotta wipe it on. I haven't tried that on this car yet. Let's see. It's working pretty good. It's gonna take a bit of elbow grease, but goo gone in a bit of time. You know, with this stuff, something else I have may make it a little faster. Not so much. Yeah, a combination of this to get off the big stuff, and then the towel to wipe it clean. But yeah, this will have to be what I do, because the towel is not good at getting the big chunks. But once I got them all off, the towel does do a good job of wiping it clean. So tedious job, but I have a way forward. If you've ever had to remove this much adhesive, let me know how you did it, because this is not fun. So that's not bad. It's just gonna take a while. While I was doing this, I got a call from my mom. She needed help with something, and I was happy to take a break. And that meant I got to drive this. It's the 1988 CRX SI that I'm working on. I gotta do something about this exhaust though. It is very annoying. It might sound good in the video, but it doesn't sound good in the car. And the check engine light came on. I suspect it is spark plug and or oxygen sensor related, because all of that stuff should be pretty foul right now. but I'm having no smoke. Yeah, it's acting up now. It's stuttering and doesn't accelerate well. I'm imagining it's ignition related. Yeah, I'm almost where I'm going. So I got to where I was going, did what I had to do, but before I left, I checked the codes. It was something to do with the oxygen sensor. So that will be one of the next things I address on the CRX. Back at it, more of the same. Let the Goo Gone soak in there and then scrape and wipe. As soon as it starts to look kind of dry, I'm putting more Goo Gone on. So I made a bit of progress on this side, but storms are brewing. I'm already feeling some raindrops. So I'm going to pack up, rinse this down, and reconvene later. But if by some chance the rain holds off, I'm going to remove this delaminating window tint as well. And then this car will be looking pretty good. It needs a good washing. When it's clean, it's pretty snazzy. I'm taking these out to get at the adhesive on the lower part of the hood. Really soaking this in that Goo Gone. Something I've learned, I hope I can demonstrate it right here. It's soaked with the Goo Gone, and if I start to scrape it, you'll see it look like it's getting dry, how it gets like light colored. When it does that, soak it again, because it seems like I've scraped off the top layer that got soaked. Just soak this layer that you just revealed, move on to the next section, and when you come back, that section should be ready to just come off easily. So let's see, is this one already ready? Not quite, but if I had kept scraping with that, it would have been a lot harder. As long as the Goo Gone gets there, it'll come off easier. I think I got 99.923% of the adhesive off. See what it looks like when it dries, but that is way better than before. At this point, I was happy to move on to the rear window. I'm hoping that taking off this tint isn't as bad as the front was. This is awkward, but this is high quality tint. It should kind of stay together. I'm just gonna slice it right down here where it's delaminating and see if I have luck. Oh, look at that. It is coming off kind of nice. Oh, there goes the brakes. Ooh. I might have just made it real hard on myself. I think I got a method. Trying to avoid the heat strips. Ah, come on. Well, it worked for one row. Reaching up and backwards was kind of uncomfortable. So I'm gonna do this for a little while. This is actually way more comfortable to sit like this. At least for now anyway. It's gonna roast me if I stay in here too long. That sun is beating down. At first, this section looks awfully difficult to remove, but check this out. It's not bad. Again, trying to stay away from the heat strips. This guy just rode by on a bike. He's looking over here confused as heck, man. I saw him looking, and then I think he figured out what I was doing, but it was funny. He slowed down and was like,
speed of lithium grease and put it down the center of the brakes, and that will eliminate any type of squeal.
Center of what? Of the pad?
No, the center of the
back side of the pad.
Yeah, the center of these.
There it is. I have 99.426. It's probably closer to 99.994% of all the tint off that rear window. I'm gonna come back with some Windex and clean the inside and probably wash the entire car. maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, because that is all the tedious work I can deal with today. So all I gotta do is throw away that tent and track down any that the wind picked up, and I can go relax for a little while. So there it is, looking from the inside out. It looks a lot better. Yeah, so the front is now dry, and I think I got most of the adhesive off because it looks pretty good. If I were to approach this car, I wouldn't think, oh man, there was adhesive all over the front. So I can't wait to see what it looks like after I really wash it. And tomorrow, this car is getting a tune-up and through an oxygen sensor code, which makes a lot of sense. So spark plugs and maybe a new oxygen sensor will be in the cards for this guy. I noticed a puddle after driving the X5 and letting it sit for a while, so I had to look into it. I am pretty sure that I have a reservoir leak. I was driving it recently and I noticed some wetness in there. Let's see. I noticed some wetness down there, and there was a puddle. There's not one today, and there was a puddle over here right beneath it, and everything pointed back to this. There was nothing else over there that looked like an obvious leak. I think this is where it's coming from. And I think it's pretty easy to take off because the new one's right here, and it looks like it only mounts here, and then the connections. So let's see if we can get the old one off. So there's a bolt right there that I'm gonna remove, and one right there. But I'm thinking I may try and remove the connectors below it first, because there's an electrical connector and a tube. But let's see if removing the bolts makes that any easier. So this one is easy and obvious. So let's see if lifting this up makes it easier to get to the other things. Not really. Taking this off may make things a bit easier. It's gonna be tough to get a good view on it, but the electrical connector has a little tab and it's easy to pull off. I'll show you a picture of it in a second. But the coolant hose seems to be a bit more difficult. So when I disconnected the electrical connector, I was able to sit the reservoir up like this, and that'll give me better access to the connection at the bottom. So I'm just going to get this little screwdriver up underneath this clip and pull it out. Come on. Yeah, that should be enough, and I should be able to wiggle it off now. And I'm going to get a lot of fluid on the ground because I didn't drain everything. So this is the new one. The electrical connector had this protector on it, which is great. And now I can just plug the new one in, and the clip should click. Oh, the little clip you pull out to release the hose at the bottom, you push it back in, and then when you install it, it just clicks back in place. Now I reconnect the electrical connector. All right, so now I can remount it. There we go. I'll properly bleed it when I have it on level ground, but I am going to fill it up at least to the min line for now. Ooh, that's a little too much. It's settled, so good. Again, I'll properly bleed it later, but I'm not going to drive it much until then. I just drove the X5 to the storage unit and I think I'm good. Yesterday, when I drove it, it was spitting and making a big commotion, but I think I'm good. Yeah, I think that's what it was. No noise, no leaking. You know what I may do? I'm gonna list it for sale, but I'm gonna see if I can clean up this engine bay a bit. I wiped down this a little bit, but I'm gonna see if there's an efficient way to do that. Well, it's time to clean this bad boy up. So I'm gonna start in the inside and then work my way to the outside. All my personal items need to be removed. from the previous owner's kid, I'm guessing. What is this? Science fun for everyone. A fork, a drawer handle. Don't know what this is. I don't know what this is either. I know what all this is. These are parts I used to fix it. Or parts I fixed, rather. A dog leash I found under the seat. Actually, a nice little chain. See, I don't know. I think this goes on the rear hatch. Maybe. No idea what that is. Yeah, maybe that's license plate lights. And this is disgusting. Ew. Like, what do you do to get like this? Is that sand? They must go to the beach or something? I'm finally putting the roundo on. I told myself I wouldn't install this until I thought the car was ready to be listed for sale. So now it's finally getting installed. After getting the X5 all cleaned up, I went to a nearby parking lot and took lots of pictures. And that evening I listed it for sale. I listed it higher than I was willing to accept because, you know, people are going to want to negotiate. That was weeks ago and it still hasn't sold. I'm pretty sure I'm asking too much, but I'm in no rush to sell and I'll keep lowering the price until it does. One thing I really wanted to do before I sold it was to take it on a road trip. And fortunately and unfortunately, I got the chance to do that. We're about to take our first road trip in the E70. We had a family member pass and we're gonna go one state south for the funeral. It's gonna be me and my mom. And if you listen, she's watching the K-drama, Korean drama. Mama, you ready? You ready? All right.
마음에 두지 마시오.
아니야.
She loves these shows.
아무렇지도 않았어.
This is our first stop on our road trip, and I'm not gonna do it to her, but my mom is the only person I will let eat in one of my vehicles. As a general rule, there's no eating or drinking anything other than water in my cars, but you gotta have an exception for your mama. Taking another snack stop with the mama. The trip brought up a lot of questions. One of them was, what chassis is the Oscar Mayer Wiener vehicle built on? Truck chassis? Van chassis? I don't know. Another question was, why are these Krispy Kreme donuts in South Carolina so big? I don't think I'll ever get the answer to that one. It was good to see family, and the X5 is an excellent trip car. But a few times when I started it up, one of the accessory belts would squeal. It was brief and it didn't happen all the time, but that is something I'll be tackling in the next video. Here I was trying to show you that my accessory belt would sometimes squeal when I started the car after it had been sitting for a while. Well, of course it wouldn't do it when I tried to make it do it. But I promise you it does do it sometimes.
Please believe me.
So I decided to replace it. The accessory belt is down there. And I think there's a separate one for the AC. To make it easier to get to, I'm gonna have to take off these intake runners. There we go. To make things a little easier to get to, I'm gonna take off this crossbar as well. Little bracket here. And that bracket that goes over that pulley there, I don't know if I'll be able to slide the belt by it, but I'm gonna try. I may have to take it off. So there's the accessory belt. I had to run to the store to pick up a T60 that's gonna go in that hole right there to the right. But I'm gonna put it in there, rotate it off of the accessory belt so that I can remove it. So I'm rotating it clockwise. I think that will loosen the belt. And it looks like it does. I wonder if there's a way to pin it. If there is, I can't see it. So there we go. And with one off, you can release the tension and take it off the rest of the pulleys. All right, let's see if I can get it off that lower pulley. Ooh, I don't think it's going to happen. Let's see. A ratcheting wrench would make this short work. There we go. Let's see. Yay! Yeah, so there's just enough room. I can almost get it off, but that bracket that is covering the lower pulley there has an attachment on the bottom that prevents me from removing the belt. So I got to get under the car. So I got up under the car, and this nut right here is what I'm going to take off. So there are nuts right in there and right in there. And let's see if I can take them off. Should be easy. I don't think these have ever been removed. Oh man. I got it out, but I dropped it. And now I'm taking out the other one. Got it out. Yeah, just pull it off the stud and will it come up? Actually, I don't need to take it all the way out. I just need to get the belt by it. But it would be a lot easier with it out, wouldn't it? Ah, here we go. And now it's free. And I just gotta find one nut that dropped. And since I have the big accessory belt off, I might as well do the AC belt because it is behind the other belt. But I do not have the Torx bit to remove it at the unit with me, so I'm gonna have to leave to get it. All right, so there are 2 screws or little bolts that you have to loosen to free the AC belt. The first one is visible there. The second one you can't see, but you can see the top of it poking up from that tensioner assembly. You can access it from below. But let me tell you, it's hard to see. So a T45 works on the one that was easy to see. Let me see what fits on the other one. So I went and got a long Torx bit kit, and I think that's gonna let me get on it. And I am on it. With the right tools, everything gets a bit easier. And it was this guy right here. And the other bolt is right here. Now, that should make it loose enough. Yeah. Take it off of the tensioner. And now off of the compressor. And now off of the crank pulley. There we go. Let's see if the new one matches. It looks like it does. Close enough anyway. So let's put it on. It is hard to get a good camera angle of what I'm doing. But I'll take a picture of the pulleys, and it's pretty obvious the way to route it. Around the crank, around the AC compressor pulley, and then the bottom side goes above the tensioner. There we go. So it's on there. Now I just got to make sure it is around all the right pulleys and all the ribs are lined up. And then I can tighten it back down. It was really hard to get a good image of the way I'm accessing this tensioner bolt from below. But if you know where the pulley is, get under the car and find the pulley from below, and that bolt will be right beside it. All right, I'm gonna go a few more turns and then I'm just gonna call that good. Yeah, I'll say that's plenty tight. So now I'll just snug down this bolt, which is just the bolt that locks it in place. Then we can put on the easy one. I just verified that the big accessory belt is the same size as the other. Those geese are having a ball. So I'm gonna go ahead and put it on. I just looked at what I did yesterday. So it goes around the crank pulley, around the tensioner, then right back around the water pump pulley. And then everything gets into place. Yeah, that's how it goes. All right, is everything where it needs to be? It looks like it. I think that looks right. Everything's the same except for I got a new belt on there. Even though I think it's silly, I have to reinstall this pulley cover. This whole thing can come out of the way. It makes it a lot easier to get this down in there. All right, and that's where it lives. And those studs there is what the bracket goes back onto. It's hard to see without putting a camera or a phone down in there, but that's where they are. Lining up the top two studs and the bottom studs was quite difficult for me. I had to get up and down several times, but I think I have everything lined up now. This is the bottom one. And the last thing concerning this wonderful bracket is this. There we go. I need to get a duplicate set of ratcheting wrenches to keep it the storage unit. And that is both accessory belts replaced. Hey, I'm still at the storage unit, working on the truck, about done. Do you need anything else from the store? I have not had a squeal from either belt since I replaced them. I was driving my X5 and then I got charging malfunction with the battery icon on the cluster. So I'm gonna have to pull it in the garage and see what's going on. .4 volts. I think it should be higher than that. I'm gonna go check it at the battery. Yeah, 11.3. That is definitely alternator not doing what it's supposed to do. So, seems like I just had all this stuff off, but I need to access the alternator and it is down there. So, this stuff's coming off again. This is in preparation to take this bar off right here, so I don't lose this nut. The 13 millimeter. Getting a little closer to accessing the alternator, but to make things a lot easier, I'm going to remove this radiator fan right here. There's this connector right here that I think if I squeeze on the sides like this, it should come right out. Yeah, just like that. On the same side where the plug is, there is this tab that holds down fan and fan shroud assembly. And I'm just going to push it in like that. If you pull up, the fan should come past it. And I think the same thing happens on the other side. The release point over here is right here. So we can, now I think I should be able to pull it all the way out. Did I get it off? Oh, look, now it swings. I don't know if y'all can see that, is that on camera? This swings, and now you can just swing that around, and I'll give you a better view when I get all the way out. And I think, ha, that lets it come out. That's actually pretty clever. So when you're installing it, it's there. When you get ready to lock it into position, you pull this out and slide it into the little clip. Huh, that's pretty nifty. I'm using a T60 Torx bit to get in here, rotate this tensioner clockwise, and remove the belt from the alternator. Let's see, is it all the way off now? Just get the belt out of the way as much as I can. While I'm at it, I might as well go ahead and remove the negative battery cable. I put a piece of wood where the hatch latches because last time I disconnected the battery, I locked myself out. This way, I won't have to climb through the car to open it. These hoses are mounted to a bracket that I need to remove, so I'm taking them off with a 10mm. And this time I do have my ratcheting wrenches because I am at the house. And with that nut off, I can sit this down out of the way, and that's going to make getting to the rest of the bracket a lot easier. Let's see if I can tuck it under this hose. Not so much. This is the bracket I'm trying to remove. And there's one more right here that you could get to from under the car. That's how I did it last time. But I got to it from the top this time. So now that bracket's out. Get the belt out of the way. Now let's see about removing these pulleys. And I'm guessing I need to pry this little cap off. And I was right. I'm glad all this stuff is falling to the ground. I am going to try to remove this with a T50. Let's see. Yeah. It looks like I need to remove this bracket. I think that's it. And then I can try and remove the bolts that hold the alternator in. Let's see. See, does that? Yeah, that looks like that helps. I think that is it. And now you can see the two bolts that hold the alternator on. This one up here and this one right here. I don't know what size they are, but I'll know in a second. They are an E12. I'm gonna try this one first. Ah, there we go. Got it moving. Let's see if I can get this one moving. Should be a little easier. All right, how free is the alternator? Alternator's all the way free. I just gotta figure out how to get to the connections now and I can take it out. Let's see if I can wiggle the alternator out or if I gotta do something else. Oh, it is coming. Oh, so there's a bracket that is captured by the top mounting bolt. This is a good point to mention that I removed the tensioner pulley to put it back in, and it definitely would have made it easier to take out. I was able to pull it out far enough here such that I can access the cable and the connector over here. All right, if I'm lucky, this connector right here will come off easily. And I am not lucky. Here we go. Yeah, and I saw one wire coming out of it, and thankfully there's only one connector in there. And then there is the cable that needs to be removed. There it is right there. And I got a 13mm on it. Try not to push into the radiator. I had to support the alternator from underneath with my offhand so that I could break the nut free. There we go. Oh, what's stopping it? That other pulley holding it. See, maybe I can rotate it by. I might be able to, but it'd be easier to take it off. I think I got it. Yeah, I think I got it by it. As a precaution, I put that cardboard there to protect the radiator, and I think it did its job. So there's the old one and the new one. Even though this was I believe a remanufactured CarQuest one, it is a remanufactured OE one. Valeo. This has the BMW part number on it. I'm sure this doesn't have that anymore, but it once did. Even though I was able to get it past this on the way out, I think it'll be easier if I just go ahead and try and take it off. That is a 17mm socket I'm using. Let's see if getting this new one in is easier. And it looks like that helped a lot. Flip it around so I can access the connectors. So I'll put the cable back on. Alright, I had to look at the old video and make sure, yeah, I had to rotate it a little bit, and that allows you to get it on a bit easier. Alright, and now the one plug that I tucked out of the way, like that and like that. This feels more comfortable. There we go. Alright, let's see if we can reposition it. The same tubes that are in the way on the way out are also in the way on the way in. Getting there. Almost there. Now I think that's it. Just line up the bolt holes and we're golden. Let's see how we're doing. Alright, let's see, is that in? I think it is. And now the top one. I think I got that one started. I believe this bolt captured a bracket that I have somehow hidden. So let me find it and I will reconvene. I had to move the alternator significantly to fish it back out. But there it is. Now I got to play the game of getting it back in again. Now we can put the tensioner back on. Let's see, is there a notch? There is a notch. There's a notch right up here that allows you to align a knob that's on the tensioner pulley. Now I can put back on this pulley. And I think it's time to put the belt back on. So I should know this now since I just did it last week. Around the crankshaft pulley, around the tensioner, right back around the water pump. Around that, which I think is power steering, but I'm not sure. Around this idler. Then the final trip will be around, the alternator.
What?
My wife's out here laughing at me, but I think I got the serpentine belt back on. Now I'm just making sure all the ribs are where they're supposed to be, because I have before ran for several miles and all the ribs weren't lined up. Didn't cause any issues, but I didn't notice it till after I drove the car a bit. Dadgummit, look what else I forgot. I gotta put this bracket on. Those little brackets always get me. And that little bracket goes right back there. My ratchet just fell apart. Thankfully, I got a bunch of raggedy ratchet backups. I was just gonna snug it down too. I don't know where all those pieces went. I got the big pieces, but the small ones, I don't know where they are. Anyway, let's go ahead and put this back on. My GoPro keeps overheating. So cell phone it is. This annoying bracket is going to get reinstalled. Ooh, I almost forgot something else. This little cover that goes over this idler pulley. Almost forgot. It's time to put the fan back in. And of course the little flap is in, which is kind of nifty. So I'm gonna find the flap and flap it out over here, but you gotta do it below the tubes that it is meant to clear. So let's see. I was having trouble with the passenger side clipping in on the fan, and this is why. That tab needs to go inside of that little slot there. So I'm gonna fix that. And as long as that slot goes in, that pops right in, and where are you? Yeah, and that pops right in. And now plug this back in. And now just reconnect the intake and the cables, and I think I'm good to go. Oof, some strong sparks that time. I have never used these screws. There are, well, 2 of them that should, well, 3 that should hold this on. And I think I have them, so I'm gonna put them on. I think these are them anyway. I found them in the car. And whereas before I was at 11, look at that, 14.2. I'll take that. Look at this guy. Get on. What kind of snake is that? It's pretty. Get on. Go on.
Underneath my car!
You want to move your car?
Go somewhere else!
Well, we know they're out here.
Yeah, but he was just chilling in the garage with you.
I didn't see him.
I know.
So it's been running for a few minutes. Still looking good. I think that's what it was. This may very well be the last day I have the E70. There are some people coming from nearly 2 hours away to come look at it, and it's been sitting a while, so I'm gonna give it a quick once over and then hopefully sell it. An area that I never washed was areas like this. Never seen from the outside, but I know it's a little dirty, so I'm gonna see if I can clean it up a little bit. It is kind of drizzling, so I can't do a great wash, but I'll get some suds on it and rinse it. Probably still be raining when they get here. And that brings us back to the present day where I was cleaning it for hopefully its new owner. But I did grow to appreciate an SUV this size. That is in part why I kept it for longer than I planned. Don't be surprised if you see me with another SUV that is similar to this one at some point in the future. And since I've handled a lot of the issues that this car can develop, the new owner should get a lot of use out of it. Well, as you can see, it is headed to its new home. I had fun with it, and I hope you enjoyed following along. Thanks for hanging out with me. Take care.